Games, the 52nd edition, being held in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. And we are live from the Hazley Crawford Stadium to bring you all the action on the track and on the field as well. Yep, the 2025 edition, and the Hazley Crawford Stadium is already rocking with people from all over the region here to watch the best young athletes from across the Caribbean. 30 degrees Celsius, the weather, the humidity at 68%, and the wind is going at 5 kilometers per hour. The crowd is building all the time here. The grandstand is almost full. Let's call it 75%. But we have a few more hours to go, and to the end of the meet, that is. But we encourage those who are listening and watching, if you are in the area, that you make your way down to the Hazley Crawford Stadium. Wherever you're watching all over the world, thank you so much for joining our coverage. My name is Donald Oliver. I'm with Vidya Ramphal. He has been involved in everything that's been happening on the field as far as calling it and analyzing it is concerned. And I suppose he has some context as to how good these Carifta games have been, actually.
Yeah, overall, it's been quite excellent. It's been full of everything. All the storylines have come out in a big way. We've had records. We've had titanic duels between athletes from the same country and, of course, from the different countries. And we've had all sorts of. We have disqualifications. It's all been in there. There are so many talking points in these games. Well,
let's talk about what took place this morning, because there were a number of field events that we actually saw in the morning session with 3 finals. And of course we will take a look at what took place in the under-17 javelin throw first of all for girls, and yeah, lots of action in that in particular.
Yeah, certainly some great action there. And Ebony Brathwaite of Barbados putting her name up, 39.16. She got the bronze medal. Tatiana Sosa of Bermuda finishing in second place, 42.24. And then Zonique Charles of Antigua and Barbuda winning the gold medal with a throw of 46.25. Here is how she did it, and she's won the second gold medal for Antigua and Barbuda at these games. And this was in the home of Hazley Crawford, and of course Keyshawn Walcott, who famously won that javelin gold medal back in 2012. Well, she's celebrated being here with the gold medal, and Charles there getting the gold.
Yeah, she seemed really excited by that, and just a wonderful result for the Antiguan Zonique Charles, 46.29 meters. Tatiana Sosa of Bermuda, 42.24 meters, cupping the silver medal, while Ebony Brathwaite of Barbados doing 39.16 meters. The girls on the 20 high jump also took center stage as well, and it was another royal battle among nations.
Yeah, it certainly was. Morton of the British Virgin Islands, Jacqueline Morton, cleared 174 meters. She finished in that third position, but it was a titanic battle between this woman, Shaniqua Williams, who finished second, 1.78 meters, against her countrywoman, Danielle Noble. And Noble, who also cleared 178, of course, she would have gotten it. She dominated that morning session, and their battle, Noble and Williams, earlier today, it was one of the themes of the morning. Jamaica would have gotten 4 medals in that morning session.
Yeah, Danielle did very well in cupping the gold for Jamaica, and had to wait a year or so before coming back. And then what happened in the long jump was absolutely scintillating as well.
It certainly was. Michael Paul, 7.03. He got the bronze medal. He was actually in silver medal position up to this point, but then this man, Michael Graham, with his very last jump, he produced this effort, 7.33 meters.
Actually put him in the #1 spot with that jump too.
Yeah, he was in a gold medal position at that point. You could have seen the celebration from him, and he continued to celebrate after, because he was celebrating. That's when he found out that he had gone in the gold medal position. There he is celebrating with Armani Phillips. Those two very, very close, and look at that, almost like brothers there, celebrating his gold medal. Now, Armani Phillips was not put off. He was in that silver medal position at this point, and then he did this. 7.49 meters. He knew immediately, everybody knew, a huge gasp in the stadium, and look at it, the celebration returned with interest there from his compatriot. Gold and silver for Jamaica in that. Armani Phillips winning the gold medal.
Yeah, the triple jump champion, the long jump champion as well, picking up 2 gold medals at these Carifta Games, and Jamaica with the 1-2. Trinidad and Tobago coming in third with that one, and it was an eventful end to that morning session. Just to confirm the results, Armani Phillips 7.49 on his final jump, Michael Graham 7.33 meters on his final jump, first and second, and Michael Pole of Trinidad and Tobago 7.03 meters, and yeah, picking up the bronze for the home nation.
Yeah, Elijah Torres, unfortunately for him, before that burst between the two Jamaican athletes, he was in bronze medal position and he fell out. He was bitterly disappointed after that.
Well, there are quite a few athletes that we are looking to seeing later on, because, of course, it's the final day. There are a few finals to look forward to, including the hurdles.
Yeah, certainly the hurdles will be occupy a big part of that. The women's the women's 100-meter hurdles for under 17s and under 20s, that certainly would have happened earlier today. And then the men's version of that, the under 20 110-meter hurdles. And of course, there was that race earlier today where the Bahamian athlete had to rerun Schmeichel, and then that was a rerun. So interesting, a lot of little subtext to the whole plot there.
Now, we have a feature prepared for you as we showcase to you different parts of the Twin Island Republic, Trinidad and Tobago. And Liu has been traveling all over the place, including in the south and central region of Trinidad and Tobago. Let's take a look.
From the commanding view atop the San Fernando Hill, you can feel it. The weight of history, the warmth of pride. South Trinidad doesn't whisper. It speaks from deep within the land. At the farthest edge, Columbus Beach in Icacos brushes against the Atlantic with a quiet strength, like the three sisters standing tall and immovable. In Point Fortin, industry meets endurance, and both leave their mark. Here in Labre, the earth still shifts. It's a reminder that power doesn't always show up loud, sometimes it simmers. But South also knows how to slow down. The Wildfowl Trust, the Mosquito Creek, the Mudhouse Museum, they all show us that resilience also comes from stillness, patience, and connection. This is San Fernando, home to generations of athletes, performers, and everyday fighters. Here, the energy never stops moving. It pushes you to keep going. Down south, things are built from the ground up. It all starts here, on the hill, on the track, and in the hustle of the streets, where the roots of fire burn quietly beneath it all. In central Trinidad, the land is calm, sacred, and reflective. The temple in the sea and the towering Hanuman Murti stand as beacons of spiritual grounding. Here, faith stands firm, and like crops in the field, discipline grows season after season. Above the Caroni swamp, grace lifts into the sky. The scarlet ibis flies not in haste, but in harmony. Throughout Kuva and Tabaki, fields stretch across the land like open palms, ready, patient. In Chaguanas, the market hums with exchange, and the air carries the scent of possibility. And in La Vega, the joy is in the slowness. Families can rest while trees sway as time stretches just a little bit longer. Central Trinidad, situated in the middle of the island, but embodying the heart of balance.
Thank you very much, Liu. Vidya Ramphal is also from the South Central region, but he's not gone off to there right now. He's gone up to the commentary box to join Ricardo Chambers. You'll hear from both of them in just a little while. But before that, we're going to take a commercial break, and we have so much in store for you on the other side of it. Please stay with us.
The Crawford Stadium in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. The final day, the final session, the final dance of Carifta 52 2025 edition. And what a championship we've had already, and it promises to be a sensational finish on the final day. Let's have a look at where we are in terms of medals coming into this final session. Jamaica atop the table with 47 medals, 19 of them gold, 14 silver and 14 bronze. The Bahamians have done brilliantly. They have double-digit gold, 10 of them, 10 silver medals as well, and 3 bronze for 23 overall. The home nation, Trinidad and Tobago, still harboring hopes of finishing in the top 2. They are on 19 medals, with 7 of them gold, 5 silver and 7 bronze. The Cayman Islands in 4th with 3 medals, 2 gold and a bronze. Antigua and Barbuda 5th with 4 medals, 2 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze. Grenada, Guyana, St. Lucia, they have done brilliantly with 3 medals, a gold, a silver and a bronze. And there's the final part of the table. Barbados doing better already than they did last year coming into the final day. They won't get to 40, but they have certainly looked a lot better than a year ago. French Guiana closing out the table with 1 medal alongside Curacao. 19 teams there with medals. This is what we have to look forward to for this final session of competition. So much action, so many field event finals. We'll start on the track with the sprint hurdles finals, move to the 800 finals starting at 5 o'clock with the under 17 girls, And then as we'll have a look at that second page, you'll see after the 800s, the 200 finals will be on. And then we close the day with the 5,000 under 20 boys final and the 4x400 finals. Those are expected to be quite exciting, especially on the boys' side, where Jamaica, Bahamas and Trinidad and Tobago are set for some terrific battles. Medal ceremony for the 400 hurdles on the 20 boys. Akania Francis of St. Kitts and Nevis, the bronze medalist, stepping up to the under 20 level after his silver medal in the under 17 category last year. The silver medal going to Princewell Martin of Jamaica, closing his Carifta career with back-to-back silvers. Got silver last year as well, having won gold in Kingston at the under 17 level in 2022. And Robert Miller, what a talent he is, securing the gold medal in a personal best 50.42. Last year at the under 17 level, he won the gold medal and set the Carifta record, and he secures the title in his first attempt at the under 20 level. Presentation was done by Jehu Gordon, Carifta record holder, world champion as well in 2013. He was a sensational 400 hurdler, and there are those who believe he retired a little bit too early, but he still dedicated himself to the sport and giving back to Trinidad and Tobago in a tremendous way. Calls himself a young general secretary of the NAAATT, but seems to be doing quite a fine job so far. Medal presentation coming up for the high jump boys under 20. This final contested yesterday. So they will hold that ceremony as they introduce the finalists for the discus throw for under 20 girls. And that will come ahead of this medal presentation. Standing by. Aaron McKenzie, the Jamaican, taking the bronze medal, cleared 1.95 meters, came in at 190, cleared first time as well at 195, but couldn't negotiate 2 meters and had to settle for the bronze. Joshua Williams of the Bahamas, he cleared 2 meters though, entered the competition at 185, had a clean card through 190 and 195, needed a second attempt at 2 meters, but couldn't negotiate 205. The champion though came in at 195 when everyone else was about getting ready to finish. He had first time clearances, at his first height. He had a first time clearance at 2 meters and 205 as well. Went up to 214, having won the competition, which he cleared on his second attempt. Then he attempted a personal best 219. It wasn't to be, but it didn't matter. He had long won the Carifta gold medal in defense of his title, and he'll be back later on as well to try and get the double in the triple jump. Final of the discus throw for under 20 girls coming up. Jackie Hyman, the record holder from Guadeloupe, 55.06 meters. There's the lineup: Makeda Christopher and Kijana Colwood, both of the British Virgin Islands, Garisha Joseph of Dominica, Ruth Irvin of Trinidad and Tobago, Annie Mackey, the Bahamian, as we get to the start of the competition. Makeda Christopher of the British Virgin Islands, the first thrower of the field. Annie Mackey, the silver medalist in the shot put. Adriana Kwamina of Trinidad and Tobago in the field as well, the shot put record holder. Monica Lampart of Jamaica and Shamoya Morris of Jamaica also in the field. There is Kijana Colwood, the second thrower in the competition. Makeda Christopher, her teammate, going first. Will get you that mark in short order. Kijana Colwood hasn't thrown over 40 meters yet in her young career. She'll need to be well over it to challenge for a medal here. Falls well short of the 40-meter mark on her opening effort. .57.51 meters for Makeda Christopher of the British Virgin Islands to open the competition. We will get the distance for Colwood in a short order. There's Garisha Joseph of Dominica, fourth in the under-17 final a couple seasons ago. That was in the Bahamas. Can she make a big step up to the under-20s a couple seasons later? 40.45. Her seed performance coming in. Smashes that one. And gets a red flag. So a fall for her to start her competition. Garisha Joseph, representing Dominica, now known across the world as the country of Tia Lafond, the Olympic champion in the triple jump, world indoor champion as well. Stepping up, Ruth Irvin, Trinidad and Tobago, first attempt. But that looks like a pretty decent effort. Close to the 40-meter line. And that will represent a good start for her. That should give her the early lead in the competition. But we're still only midway the opening round. 8 competitors in the field. Ruth Irvin of Trinidad and Tobago in front of her home crowd. What an opportunity it is for all these Trinidad and Tobago athletes to parade in front of their home fans. They have reveled in the opportunity, each and every one of them, after each final. They've revved the crowd up from one end of the grandstand to the next. Here is Annie Mackey, a terrific shot put performance, set a Bahamian under 20 record there of 17.14 meters, but had to settle for the silver medal. Mackey, a medal favorite as well in the discus. First round effort looks pretty good, or does it? Think it falls short of the 40-meter mark.
So the audience in the discus cage, they are in their first round. First we have Makila Christopher with a throw of 27.51.
Monica Lampard looked injured after her shot put exploits, and I doubt she has taken her spot in this final. Adriana Kwamina of Trinidad and Tobago. Sends that one sailing away to the right. Again out towards the 40-meter mark, and in fact well beyond it. That's the leading effort for the Trinbagonian.
Now, just as she passes there, we got a shot of Mary Kay Lampard, who apparently has overcome the injury. Number 463, and it looks like she's going to compete.
43.29 for Kwamina of Trinidad and Tobago. She takes the early lead in the discus final. Well, in fact, that puts her in second because Irving was 44.32. So the Trinbagonians 1 and 2 at this stage. Here's Monica Lampard of Jamaica. Her first round effort. The shot put champion and record holder. A sensational effort to win the shot put. And in the discus, she makes a good start. That's a big effort. That will challenge the lead for sure of 44.32 meters. The Jamaican starts really well. And now I'm getting a correction that Ruth Irving was actually 41.32, so I was indeed right. It's Kwamina who has the lead at 43.29, but what has Lampard produced? That looks out to 44.45 meters for the Jamaican. There's Shamoya Morris, 45.24 for Lampard. She takes the lead. Shamoya Morris of Jamaica now has thrown over 51 meters, so has the ability to challenge that leading mark. Final throw in the first round of the discus final for under 20 girls. Loads well. Beautiful rhythm in the circle and sends that one sailing out towards 50 meters. That will give Morris the lead in the discus throw final. Don't think it has gotten out to 50 meters, but it's really close. We'll find out in short order. Excellent start to the competition.
They should definitely put her in first place. It's beyond anything else.
49.41 for Shamoya Morris of Jamaica. And so after the first round of this competition, the Jamaicans are 1 and 2, with the Trinidad and Tobago's Kwamina in third. 2.56. Michaela Christopher of the British Virgin Islands.
You from where? Oh, BVI. I have to move across there, man. I have to move.
Before Jackie Hyman's win last year, Jamaica enjoyed 3 straight wins in this event. The likes of Abigail Martin, Cedrica Williams, and Marie Forbes would have won. Cayman Islands' Lacey Barnes would have won all the way back in 2018.
Michaela Christopher, second round effort. That one just didn't connect. Won't be an improvement on her first round effort. 27.51. That's 2.52. Kejana Coldwood, the British Virgin Islands. She's next in the throwing order. Her teammate awaiting her second round effort. Having a fine time at the same time. It's always good to enjoy yourself in competition, stay relaxed.
Well, some of the friendships made here at these Carifta Games last through a lifetime.
Grandstand filling up nicely. Had a pretty good crowd yesterday, including fans inside the bleachers at both ends. You made the point that they'll try and fill the shaded areas of the bleachers first. Hopefully we'll get the biggest crowd that we've gotten over this weekend tonight, and if we do, that would be pretty good.
Yeah, I think we will. It's like in law of nature, fill the shaded areas first. And certainly we're almost up to capacity in the covered section, and already people have started to spill over into the bleachers.
Earlier start on the final day, the evening session that is. So apparently there was an issue in the discus, and Michaela Christopher gets an opportunity to retake her second round effort. Is that what is happening here? So I'm being told that the round hadn't officially started and she threw before. Well, talk about Monday luck.
She's got a practice throw in there.
During competition. Here she is, second round effort then proper for Michaela Christopher of the British Virgin Islands. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Here she comes. And it's a much better effort than she delivered the last time. Out towards 30 meters, 27.51 in her opening round. Round about the same region here.
Yeah, when she went back, we were looking at, we were talking about her compatriot Colwood, who was also there, and the official called her across to the back of the tent, and that's when they gave her the news.
.29.23, so that is an improvement for Christopher. Now her teammate, Kejana Coldwood. Sixth position with that first round effort of 34.83. She has thrown much closer to 40 meters, so she has more to give for sure. That one once again over the, well, this time I think she's challenging the 40-meter mark, indeed, over the 40-meter mark. So a big effort here for Kejana Colwood of the British Virgin Islands. Her seat performance 39.95, and I suspect that she has bettered it on her second attempt.
I think you're right, and certainly it doesn't show from her reaction because she's just walking away. I think she feels that she can produce a bit better with the coming throws.
I think it's 40.37 for her. That will be a personal best. Here's Godisha Joseph, failed her first round effort. Of course, only 8 competitors in the field, so they'll all get 6 attempts in this final. Oh, Joseph has missed the mark again. And a second foul. It would be real pressure if we had at least 9 in the final, but it's only 8. So she is assured of 4 more attempts to try and get it right.
Yeah, the release was just that bit too early and missed by a long way.
Ruth Irvin, Trinidad and Tobago, 41-32 in round number 1. Just listen to the crowd. She's in 4th position. They're trying to urge her on to a mark that is capable of putting her in medal position. And that is over the 40-meter mark again. But I'm not sure she is threatening the top 3. We'll find out in short order.
Maybe just about where she's got in the first attempt, 41.32 her first attempt. Just a little bit less, 40.79.
Powerfully built, the Trinbagonian. Her technique, not yet as fluent as she would want it to be, but with time and growth, she'll get better for sure. Annie Maki, 4th in the final last year, just outside of a medal. She's in 6th position at this stage with 38.68. We know she was in terrific shot put form. Can she carry that over to the discus? Maki, oh, I don't think she got the release right there. Still, I think she manages over 40 meters, you know, but she got that all wrong. And the implement still sailed across the field and beyond 40 meters. Maki has more in her for sure.
Yeah, the angle of release was a problem there. Just lost control of it.
42.17 for Annie Maki.
And you could have seen it there, the release a lot lower than she would have wanted. You just need that higher angle to get maximum velocity, maximum distance. But still, not a bad effort.
Yeah, she does move up in the competition though. Here is Kwamina, 43.29, still holding the bronze medal position at this stage, behind the 2 Jamaicans. Her second round effort coming up. Great build for the event, nice and tall. She'll get more powerful, and that is a powerful effort. Kwamina delighting the crowd inside the Hazley Crawford Stadium. And maybe that effort will challenge the silver medal position.
I think it definitely has bettered her first effort, 44.39.
Marike Lamport of Jamaica in second at this stage with 45.24. 45.45 for Kwamina of Trinidad and Tobago. She sails into the silver medal position in the second round of the competition. Lamport will get her opportunity to respond right away.
Wondering how her wrist is, because remember she had that injury in the shot put. Has she recovered it?
I think she was suggesting She had the conversation with Donald Oliver as she slips the third with that 45.24. That it was the grip finger that was giving an issue. Let's see how she handles this. That one is massive, but it's been ruled a foul. Out towards 50 meters. She definitely has a big mark in her.
Definitely so. That was just short of the 50 meter mark. Just released it a little bit too early. Good trajectory, but just sailing wide. Yep, just skipping off the surface. Didn't miss by much.
Didn't miss by much indeed. So she's in third position, and that is where she will stay at the end of the second round. Here's the leader. Shamoya Morris of Jamaica, 49.41 in the opening round. Looking for her first Carifta Discus gold, and once again she's out towards 50 meters. I don't think this one is as good as the 49.41, but she is showing tremendous consistency in the final, and she's saying to the rest of the field, you will have to be ready to throw 50 meters if you are going to beat me today.
She has thrown down a challenge with these two throws here, and the rest of the field is starting to rethink their efforts in this competition.
Shamoya Morris of Jamaica in the second round there. In fact, completing the second round. Remember, at the end of 3 rounds, they'll reorder the competitors. 49.05 in her second effort. Not as good as the 49.41, but she's comfortably in the lead at this stage. Back to the top of the order. There's confirmation. 49.41, 49.05. Now back to the top of the order. Makeda Christopher, 29.23 in round 2, represented an improvement on her 27.51 in round number 1. Can she get over 30 meters in round 3? That looks better, actually. Definitely looks better from here, at least. But again, consistent. She's hit her range and she's remaining there. These experiences can be so important for many of these athletes, because as they continue to grow and train, and when they are able to parade their skills on this stage, they get a better understanding of what is required to get to the next level. And so it's all about building blocks. Yeah, 30.97 for Christopher, another improvement. This is Caldwood now. 40.37 in round 2. Yeah. Aborts the effort. Looks slightly unsettled, but goes again. And that one comes swinging out towards the left sector, and that is a foul. Just 8 athletes in the field in this Discus final for under 20 girls. It includes the shot put champion and record holder Mordecai Lampard, a terrific performance in the shot put final on Sunday, 17.44 meters, becoming the number 2 under 20 shot putter in the history of the CAC region. Carifta record as well. The previous record, it stood for 22 years at 15.75 meters, and she absolutely demolished it. demolished her own personal best as well at 15.98. Was a sensational performance. Here's the Dominican with her first legal effort of the competition. 2 falls before that, Gadisha Joseph, but she will finally get on the board here, and it's a mark that is over 30 meters as well. .31.46 meters for Gadisha Joseph. I think that should put her in 7th place. The crowd will rise again for Ruth Irvin of Trinidad and Tobago. Competitor 34. 41.32, her best effort. She's in 5th. That's over 40 meters again. And it might be a little better than the 41.32. Once again, very, very consistent. Track action, by the way, coming up at the top of the hour. 14 minutes away from the first track final. 41.91 meters for Ruth Irvin of Trinidad and Tobago. So an improvement for her. First track final coming up at 4 o'clock. It will be the under 17 girls 100 hurdles. Annie Maki of the Bahamas, like she did in the shot put final, summons the support from the Bahamians, who seem a little bit subdued this afternoon so far. Usually they're a lot louder for a lot longer.
They've had a good lunch.
And now Maki wants to wake them up with her 3rd round effort. She's in 4th position, 38.68 in the first round, and then 42.17 in the second round. Annie Maki, Bahamas. Oh, that had real purpose, that effort. It goes tailing. Annie Maki looks as if she's set a Carifta record. It's 55.06, and that challenges it in a serious way. Not dissimilar to what happened in the shot put. As soon as she took the time to summon the support of the Bahamian crowd of the drummers, she rolled to the beat. And she does it again in the 3rd round of the discus throw. The Jamaican Morris had set the standard. Maki has rewritten it. What is the mark? .53.87 inside the record, but it's pretty close, and it puts Maki into the gold medal position. Kwamina now into 3rd. She can't respond, but she's still in the bronze medal position.
That certainly is the effect of what Maki has done just before that. 53.87, the effort by Maki just before that, close to the Carifta record. But Kwamina, certainly that may have played with her mind there. She was rock solid earlier, but that release point just a bit too early.
Yeah, I certainly think it did. Lost her technique. Sometimes it's not good to try and force it, but there's your leader. Silver medalist in the shot put. She wants to leave Port of Spain with a gold medal. She was only 4th in this final last year. I don't see her finishing outside the medals this time. The shot put champion is now down in 4th at 45.24. Monica Lampard gets a good response. I think that will put her back into a medal position. deafening response inside the stadium, because I think the fans know that the Trinbagonian has been relegated after that effort. Marta K. Lampard had an effort close to 50 meters in the second round that just went into foul area, and now she delivers 47.65 to move into the bronze medal position. What a discus final we're having. This lady is now in second position, so consistent so far, 49.41, 49.05, but she needs more than consistency to snatch the Carifta title here. Shamoya Morris. That won't do it. The worst of her three efforts, and it's a red flag. So it's Anemaki of the Bahamas who leads the discus final for under 20 girls with a sensational 53.87 effort.
And not surprising, after that massive throw by Mackey, 53.84, the two of the best competitors in the field have produced, have gotten red flags. So that certainly is, in a larger sense, a red flag for the competition.
Anemaki, 53.87. She leads ahead of Shamoya Morris of Jamaica, 49.41. And Monica Lampard, 47.65. As they reorder the competition for the final three rounds, let's head across to Donald Oliver.
Thanks, Ricardo. I'm here with Addison James of Dominica. He won the Javelin under 20 throw yesterday, and he did a personal best 67.48 meters. A lot of athletes doing their personal best during these Carifta games, and he joined the ranks last night. And you must be pleased with what took place for you yesterday.
Yes, I am.
What was that like, throwing 67 meters?
Well, it was expected, but the competition wasn't the best, but I just make the best out of it.
Yes, so you really had to be testing yourself.
Yes, sir.
Is that additional mind work, knowing that there wasn't a lot of competition there?
Yes, it is. Knowing that there's a lot of competition, and how I come in here, it was a lot of mind work.
It's a rare gold medal for Dominica. It's the only gold medal so far at these games, right? So you're really raising the flag high.
Yes, sir.
What do you have to say to your support at this point in time?
Well, I just want to say to my support that I'm really grateful, because we're a small country and we came out in a very small team. So the support was very tremendous and I really appreciate it.
All right, thanks very much, Addison James from Dominica, the under 20 boys javelin champion.
Dominica in 2024 only registered one bronze medal, so that is already a massive improvement on them. Their first medal, and it is gold at these 2025 games. So already a lot to celebrate here for Dominica, as Addison would have mentioned, a small team coming across to Trinidad this time around.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to bring on the athletes.
We'll take a break. We'll be back with more. around the Queen's Park Savannah certainly herald the coming of the wet season here in Trinidad and Tobago. Various hues and colors, little pink in there, but the predominant color is yellow, bright yellow, very similar to the Jamaica uniform, as if they knew that the Jamaica team was coming to Trinidad. Queen's Park Savannah, largest roundabout in the world, they say. And that, if that looks like a golf course hole, well, it was about 100 years ago. It was one of the locations of the golf course here in Trinidad and Tobago. Here's the Hazley Crawford Stadium once again, and we are on the track. Ricardo.
Indeed, we're on the track. The final of the under-17 girls 100 hurdles coming up. The Carifta Games record 13.11 set in 2018 by Crystal Morrison of Jamaica. There's the lineup. Tajanique Huggins of St. Kitts and Nevis, Zariah Pascal, Trinidad and Tobago, Jayla Smith, Bahamas, Nicaila Russell, Jamaica, Jasmine Thompson, Bahamas, Malia Duncan, Jamaica, Sharifa Fernandez of Curacao, and Kemia Anderson of Trinidad and Tobago. The athletes in lanes 7 and 8 just making their way back to the start area as we get ready for this final. Here's a special bit of history. The last 5 titles in this event have not only been won by Jamaicans, they have been won by athletes from the same high school, St. Jago. Let's start in lane number 1. In lane number 1, Tajanique Huggins of St. Kitts and Nevis, 14:99 seed time coming into this final. Trinidad and Tobago's Zariah Pascal will hear the loud cheers from the crowd. They're hoping that will spur on to a big performance in this final. Jayla Smith of the Bahamas, 14:63 seed time. No qualifying in this event earlier. Nicaila Russell of Jamaica, one of 2 sub-14 runners in the field, certainly favored for a medal. Jasmine Thompson of the Bahamas, 14:55 coming in. She is in one of the center lanes, lane number 5. Here's the defending champion, Malia Duncan of Jamaica, trying to make it 6 in a row in this event for her high school as well. That would be a super achievement. Fernandez of Curacao goes in lane number 7. And rounding out the field, you'll hear loud cheers again for Kemia Anderson of Trinidad and Tobago. Final of the under-17 girls 100 hurdles. 2018 and 2019, Crystal Morrison won the title. In 2022 and 2023, Brianna Davidson and Malaya Duncan, who is in this field, won last year. All athletes from St. Jago High School in Spanish Town, Jamaica. Must be a record to have such a hold on any one event at the Carifta Games. Can Duncan, like Morrison and Davidson, successfully defend? Off they go. Duncan got up quick to the defending champion. Russell, her teammate, is chasing her. The Bahamians are left back. It's Malaya Duncan who is on her way to successfully defending the Carifta title. 13:31. And for the 6th Carifta Games in a row, a young lady from St. Jago High School, representing the land of wood and water, will stand atop of the podium in the 100 hurdles for under 17 girls. 1-2 for Jamaica. And it was Thompson of the Bahamas who came through to get the bronze. 13:34, the winning time.
24 gold medals up for grabs this afternoon, and the first comes to Jamaica. The 3rd time for the day that Jamaica have gone 1-2 in an event.
Confirmation of the bronze medal for Jasmine Thompson of the Bahamas, 14:33. Many feel some of the Jamaicans down on their best on day number 1, but they look peaked and ready to deliver some massive performances on today's final day. And they are doing that 1-2 in the under 20 girls high jump, 1-2 in the under 17 boys long jump. And now they start the series of sprint hurdles finals with a 1-2 finish in the under 17 girls category. What a smile for Malaya Duncan, the gold medalist. So too the Bahamian. Michaela Russell of Jamaica. Here's another look at it. Duncan got a terrific start. Was part of Jamaica's gold medal team in the 4x100, and Russell never really could connect. That result was never in doubt. It was as dominant a performance as you'll see in a final of this magnitude. Back to back for Malaya Duncan. Here's confirmation of the final results in the 100 hurdles for under 17 girls. Negative 0.8 meters per second, the wind speed. Duncan successfully defends at 13.34. Nikita Russell completes the Jamaican 1-2 at 13.71, with Jasmine Thompson of the Bahamas taking bronze at 14.33. Jayla Smith, another Bahamian, in fourth at 14.86. Kemia Anderson, the Trinbagonian, rounding out the field at 15.86. Donald Oliver is trackside.
Thanks, Ricardo. Yeah, I'm with the young ladies from Jamaica, 1-2. And of course, Malaya Duncan defending her title. I'm going to go to her first because what a run that was. Absolutely dominant.
Thank you.
How did it feel?
I felt I'm so happy.
Uh-huh.
I just feel so excited because I came here, expected to dominate, and I did what I put my mind to. I dominated.
Nicola, you saw her get ahead so quickly and out front, but you responded well.
Yes, sir. Come here, decide now make sure let me come here, go with her.
But she carried you through as well because it's like you had to just follow in her footsteps, literally.
Yes.
What does this silver medal mean to you?
It means a lot because this is my first time making the Carifta team.
Right.
So it means good things.
And you're used to winning gold, of course. What do you have to say to your supporters?
I want to say thank you for supporting me. I want to say thanks to my mother and my friends at school. I want to say thank you for bringing me this far and giving me the encouragement to do this. Thank you.
Big up your peeps as well.
Big up my mother, you know, I support them. Yeah, big up Jamaica, all I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ricardo, back to you now.
Yeah, thanks very much, Donald Oliver. Really sweet there from Nikita Russell, bringing out the Jamaican patois.
Yeah, I was wondering what that meant. Maybe you could tell me.
She's just saying thanks to all her friends and family.
Before that.
The next event coming up, the final of the 100 hurdles for under 20 girls. There's the stretch. There are the athletes coming through. There's Tiana Marshall of Jamaica. She is among the favorites. Swindle of the US Virgin Islands. Davidson of Jamaica. Maya Rollins of Barbados. She has an interesting story, I'll tell you in a little while. Trinidad and Tobago's Gianna Paul already having a fantastic event. Interesting story for you. The Barbadian Maya Rollins attends university in Virginia. She didn't arrive in Port of Spain until sometime after 2 o'clock on Sunday and got to her hotel around 5 o'clock. In fact, she ran at the Virginia Challenge during the time that the Carifta Games was going on before traveling here. And Looked slightly sluggish at the start this morning in qualifying, but she got through to the final nonetheless. And she'll be looking to deliver a medal for Barbados here, which would be a fabulous achievement. There's Swindle of the US Virgin Islands. She secured the bronze last year. Can she repeat? There is Maya Rollins. I told you about a little sluggish at the start in qualifying this morning, Rollins. But hopefully she is fully recovered from her late flight yesterday and ready to deliver in the final. Gianna Paul, the long jump champion from last night, in the field as well. This final scheduled for 10 minutes after 4. They'll go through the introductions now, 2 minutes ahead of the start of the race.
Gianna Paul finished ahead of Janae Gans, last year's Austin Seeley Award winner. Janae also came in on the weekend for this event. She was competing in the US.
Alexis James is the record holder, 13.06, set in 2023. There's the lineup. Harewood, Anderson, Marshall, Swindle, Davidson, Rollins, Paul and Dean. Jamaica and Barbados with 2 in this final. We start in lane number 1. Alika Harewood, 6 fastest in qualifying at 14:29. She'll have to go faster to challenge for a medal here. Aliana Anderson of the Cayman Islands, she's delighted to be here, 14:36 to qualify, soaking up the adoration of the crowd. In lane number 3, she's never won a Carifta individual medal, 13:33 her lifetime best, fastest in qualifying at 13:72. She's the favorite, Tiana Marshall of Jamaica. This young lady secured a bronze medal last year with a wind-assisted 13:95. She's the USVI National Under-20 record holder at 14.15. That record is under threat here. Outside of her, twice an under-17 100 hurdles champion, Brianna Davidson of Jamaica. She's the co-favorite, second fastest in qualifying at 13.73. In lane number 6, Maya Rollins, who we told you about, 13:45 for her this season, a personal best done at the Duke Invitational. Can she go faster here after a 13:87 first round performance this morning? Gianna Paul, brilliant last night in the long jump, beating the Austin Seeley Award winner Janae Gans to the gold medal. She's not favored for a medal here, but maybe she will be spurred on by the crowd to something special. And on the outside, Darvini Dean of the Bahamas, outside the medals at 400 hurdles. She's on the outside. 14:37 coming in. She's hoping for a fantastic run to try and get on the podium. The favorites, though, in the middle lanes. Maya Rollins, Barbados, the 2 Jamaicans, Marshall and Davidson, and Swindle of the US Virgin Islands. The 3 medals are expected to come from those 4. But this is a championship, and they have hurdles in front of them. Under 20 girls, 100 hurdles final. Off they go. Marshall responded to the gun quickly. Davidson inches ahead. Rollins left back for Barbados. It's Tiana Marshall ahead of Davidson. Rollins is rallying and might have gotten silver for Barbados. But it's Tiana Marshall. Her long wait for a Carifta individual medal turns into gold in Port of Spain, and that was never close. 13.50. Maya Rollins of Barbados had so many issues during that race, but somehow she was able to hold her composure, and I think she snatched the silver medal, although we're awaiting confirmation. Yes, she did get the silver medal, 13.80 for the Barbadian. She did not travel all the way from Virginia for nothing. And Brianna Davidson, the two-time under-17 champion, has to settle for bronze at 13.82.
Great run by Marshall to win it. But tell you what, second and third, it could have been very different. The sixth hurdle turned out to be a problem for both. As you can see here, three of them responding well. Hurdle knocked over, and they would both knock over the sixth hurdle. That seemed to just unsettle them a little bit, but good composure to come back and claim the medals.
The race for gold could have been so much closer as well had Rollins not tumbled early in the race. How she recovered will amaze you for sure. And to recover well enough to finish second and beat a world-class competitor as good as Brianna Davidson is pretty impressive. Jamaica won 3 this time around, led by Tiana Marshall, 13.50, negative 0.8 meters per second, the wind speed. Maya Rollins of Barbados gets silver at 13.80, Brianna Davidson bronze at 13.82. Aliana Anderson of the Cayman Islands with a big personal best, 13.94 to finish fourth. Last year's bronze medalist Sophia Swindle gets a national under-20 record, but this time she has to settle for fifth. Dominique Dean of the Bahamas rounding out the field in 14.52 ahead of Gianna Paul of Trinidad and Tobago. Well, that's only the start of what's to come. There is so much more. That's the reason I know you're not going anywhere. Yeah, stay with us. More to come. 52nd Carifta Games in track and field. Here's the Crawford Stadium in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. We'll be back.
Welcome back to the Hazley Crawford Stadium as we are deep into the final day action of these 52nd Carifta Games. And I'm here with Tiana Marshall, who just won gold in the girls 100-meter hurdles under 20. It's the first year at the under 20 level, and she did 13.50 seconds. A bit of a headwind. If a little bit of wind was behind you, you may have gotten your personal best in the process, but how did you feel after that?
To be honest, the wind, even though the wind was against me, I was just trying to keep calm and to just get that trailing around and get off the hurdle as quick as possible and just keep moving.
Were you surprised as to how dominant it was as well for you?
No, not at all.
No, because of the training that you'd have put in.
Yes.
What do you take away from these Carifta Games winning gold here?
Just to stay humble.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful experience, to be honest, in Trinidad, to be in Trinidad. So just to stay humble and go for the best.
Talk to your people now.
Thank you, Mommy. Thank you to my coaches. Thank you to everyone who supports me. And I love all of you.
Tiana Marshall, your 100-meter hurdles champion at the under-20 level. Ricardo, it's back to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Donald Oliver. The sprint hurdles finals for boys still to come on the program. The under-17 110 hurdles and the under-20 110 hurdles, where the record was equaled in qualifying this morning by Jamaica's Daniel Clark at 13.23. The defending champion in that field is another Jamaican, Shaquane Gordon. That will be their third big clash in 2025. It's 1-1 coming into the Carifta Games, and so maybe that will be settled in that race. Facility filling up nicely, especially in the grandstand. Paisley Crawford Stadium in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago.
Later on, you'll see more people come in. There's a saying here, anytime is Trinidad time. That's later on.
For sure, the athletes being introduced for the final of the 110 hurdles for under 17 boys. There they are, making their way out. Roman Roll of the Bahamas, the penultimate competitor, making his way through. And from Trinidad and Tobago, Devonte Romeo. They cheer for each and every one of their athletes vigorously. And why not? You don't know when the Carifta Games will return to this island. The last time before this, 2005, when it was at the Dwight York Stadium. Guyana was originally set to host next year, but I got news last night that apparently they will no longer be hosting the event, that they have withdrawn. And I'm sure, hopefully in short order, we'll get who will be the new host of the event, if indeed the Guyanese will no longer be taking on hosting duties. Was looking forward to heading to Georgetown.
As were we all. Yeah, part of the ceremony is to hand the flag over to the new country, so that'll have to be sorted out. I'm sure we'll find out later on.
Yeah, we'll definitely get confirmation later on as to what will happen in 2026. And even if it is that they have not yet found a new host, then for sure they will speak to it in the closing ceremony.
The identity of that flag still to be known.
The athletes going through their warm-up paces. They are now just a little bit behind where they need to be. This event should have started at 20 minutes after 4 local time. It is now 20 minutes after 4, and they are still going through their warm-up paces. They have been able to keep good time for most of these sessions. Here's the lineup for this final. Rashawn Holder, Barbados. Amari Brown, the Heptathlon winner, Trinidad and Tobago. Brandon Bennett, Jamaica. Jakaria Wilson, Bahamas, the 400 hurdles champion. Mark Daniel Allen, Jamaica. Roman Roll of the Bahamas. And Devonte Romeo of Trinidad and Tobago. Under 17 boys, 110 hurdles final. We'll get a close look at each competitor in this field. Starting in lane number 2, from Barbados, Rashawn Holder. Seat time of 14:85. No qualifying races in the under 17 boys event. This is a straight final. Amari Brown was absolutely sensational in the Heptathlon. Won 5 of the 8 events on his way to the gold medal. finished 5th in the 110 hurdles last year, was just outside 14 seconds in the Heptathlon 110 hurdles. Here's Brandon Bennett, anchored Jamaica's 4x100 team last night that finished 5th in the final, has a wind at 13.87 to his credit this season. Jacario Wilson of the Bahamas won the 400 hurdles. He was 2nd in this 110 hurdles final a year ago. He's among the favorites. Mark Daniel Allen won Jamaica's Carifta trials, 13.73 windy, 14.21 his best legal performance. He's coached by world champion in 2009, Bridget Foster Hilton. Lane 7, Roman Roll of the Bahamas, 14.25 his seed time coming in. And on the outside, the Trinbagonian Devonte Romeo, who will get the crowd going once again. 7 in the final for the under 17 boys 110 hurdles. Carifta record 13.49. 2023 Kahim Karbi of Jamaica. There is Amari Brown. Was so impressed with him in the Heptathlon. Said there are a few events he could pursue individually going forward. This is one of them. Let's see if he can snatch a medal here as well.
Well, he has his gold chain between his teeth at the moment. He'll be hoping to put those teeth on one of those gold medals.
For sure he will. Can Jacario Wilson of Bahamas get the double? Oh my word. Amari Brown is in trouble. I was really looking forward to see him compete in this final. And he has made a massive mistake here. Will he pay for it? Yes, he does. He's asking to run on the protest. The official is saying no. Again, I said it on day number 1 when the Chinapu situation came up. If it is this clear, there is absolutely no reason to be running on the protest. Unfortunate, but Amari Brown has to walk away. Still gets applause from the Hazley Crawford Stadium.
Huge disappointment for him, especially after that gold medal yesterday, and the celebration was also something to see, but his games will end in a disappointing fashion here.
Just got a little bit too excited. It happens.
Hold, please hold. Please hold the race. Please hold the race.
Well, an announcement went up to please hold the race. I'm wondering why that is. A couple of officials running away from where their position is beside the track.
Well, that is interesting. And also just not fair to the other athletes who are out there at this stage. So the news coming through is that the battery for the wind gauge died.
Rest in peace.
That's bad timing. Well, and they'll all deal with it in their different ways. Some will sit, others will keep jumping around, but they'll all have to refocus. And while we're losing valuable time now, 6 minutes now behind where we should have been. This race should have gone off at 4:20 local time, and it is now 4:26. But the wind gauge is very important for record purposes.
Definitely. Now, what was interesting, I was looking at the body language of all the sprinters just before the race was about to start. Everybody, as athletes tend to do, they're a little bit fidgety, shifting their weight from leg to leg. The only one that was actually standing still almost like a soldier standing at ease, was Omari Brown. He looked the calmest man out there, but that calm exterior may have been hiding what was really going on. There were a lot of emotions, and unfortunately his fall started here. He was having an animated discussion with one of the coaches just a few minutes ago, and now he sat down in the stands to watch the race.
I am not sure if I am supposed to burst the secret video, but I'm understanding that we'll have spice in our Carifta life in 2026.
Hint, hint.
But we'll get confirmation for sure at the closing ceremony later on. Well, you know, that makes me excited. I'm a fan of spice.
What type are you talking about? Not.
Could also be talking about the entertainer. After all, we are in the entertainment business. As we await for the final of the under-17 boys 110 hurdles. 8 minutes after it should have gone off. The athletes still trying to keep themselves in the frame of mind to compete here. We started with 7 competitors, sorry, and now we're down to 6. So let's see fans filling out the shaded areas of the bleachers as well, as the grandstand is almost at capacity now, if not already at capacity.
In the meantime, away from the race, Omari Brown is sitting close to where the athletes came out of, and there are there's some teammates of his, there are a couple of coaches, 5 in all of them are talking to him. He's sitting there, his head is slumped.
Annie Mackey of the Bahamas, silver in the shot put. Confirmation that she's taken the gold medal in the discus with a effort of 53.87. There's a shot of the Heptathlon champion Omari Brown, fall starting in the 110 hurdles final. And the experience of the Jamaicans showing off shot, clearing a couple of the barriers because they have been standing out there for quite a while. And a pretty smart move. And now the Barbadian has followed suit. The 2 Bahamians and the remaining Trinidad and Tobago athlete still sitting. So, still some sorting out to do with the issue with the wind gauge. The athletes trying to stay focused, trying to stay warned for their shot at Carifta glory. Girls triple jump final, under 17 taking place. They're in the 2nd round of the competition. Let's see if we can catch up with what's going on. The record held by Jamaica's Jada Robinson last year, 12.69 meters. In the triple jump.
Just a word on wind gauges. They do use replaceable batteries, which can be replaced by the user. You don't need necessarily any special training for it. And the batteries, their average life is about 400 hours.
So there is confirmation of the record in the triple jump for under 17 girls. And here's the lineup: Shania Motley of Barbados, Zaya Benjamin of French Guiana, Norma Vinga of Martinique, Tashani Armstrong, Jamaica, Melody Poe of Martinique, Dallas Strawn of the Bahamas, Christiana Charles of Grenada, Jersey Johnson of the Bahamas, the long jump champion in the field as well. Only 8 ladies in this final, which means that they are all guaranteed 6 attempts. So Annie Mackey of the Bahamas winning the discus throw for under 20 girls. The Jamaicans finishing 2nd and 3rd. That's Dallas Strawn of the Bahamas on the runway. Competitor 164. In 6th position with 10.99 in the opening round. And that one looks like a much better effort. Although I think those boards are not correctly placed, because I think they are using the 11-meter board. So I don't think those measurements are correctly placed. So those will throw you off. Don't pay too much attention as we await the mark here for the Bahamian. Charles of Grenada, she's in 5th position, 11.10 meters. 2nd round effort. Charles of Grenada trying to get into the medal positions. And that doesn't look like a bad effort. Could well be better than her first over 11 meters on her first attempt. Trying to go even further here. The sprint hurdlers back in position. Well, she's having a grand time.
Palpitations.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to plead that
133, Jersey Johnson of the Bahamas, the long jump champion with a 6:07 performance last night. She's in 3rd position in the triple jump at this place. She's in 3rd position in the triple jump at this stage with 11:65.
Oh, Slotty got some new news to share with us there.
It's been 3 days video. So it was 12:05 for Charles of Grenada. She has taken the lead in the under 17 girls triple jump final. And that's the reason, the reaction you saw, as if she was almost in disbelief. It's like she was saying, is it me? Really me? Did I just do that? Fantastic effort for the Grenadian. She has the lead. Can Johnson respond? The hurdlers are back in position for the under 17 boys final. And now the Bahamian gets the go-ahead to take her 2nd attempt in the triple jump final. The 6 boys have now been waiting for 16 minutes for their 110 hurdles final. Here is Johnson of the Bahamas. Hit the board pretty well. That looks like a healthy effort. Gets the white flag. And I think she could be challenging the lead here. So there is Christiana Charles, 12:05. She has the lead in the triple jump final for under 17 girls. Now we're ready again for the final of the under 17 110 hurdles. We started with 7. Amari Brown of Trinidad and Tobago was disqualified for a false start. Then we went to 6. Then an issue with the wind gauge. And now we're ready to go. Off they go. The Bahamian Wilson got up well and takes the early lead. The Jamaicans trying to chase Mark Daniel Allen and Bennett, but Wilson is well clear and wins it comfortably. 13.66 for Jakaria Wilson of the Bahamas. The 400 hurdles champion becomes the 110 hurdles champion as well. Upgrades last year silver to gold. And the Bahamians continue to perform brilliantly in Port of Spain. Brandon Bennett, the Jamaican, got silver, and his teammate Mark Daniel Allen crossed the line in 3rd.
There were a couple hurdles clipped, but boy, are they enjoying themselves here. Last year, the Bahamas won 9 gold medals. That is 11 now for them. They surpassed their tally of gold medals from last year in the earlier part of the session.
And Jakaria Wilson is not finished either, because he will be back later on for the 4x400 final. There is confirmation of his victory. It's 13.70, the official time. He will play a critical role in that 4x400, where the Bahamians have a massive chance of winning the gold medal tonight. Bennett, the anchorman for Jamaica's 4x100 team that finished 5th last night, surged at the end to secure silver ahead of Mark Daniel Allen, who had beaten him at the trials. Not so this time around.
The 3 young men lapping up the glory here. There they are. Wilson in the middle, the gold medalist.
14.08 for Brandon Bennett, the silver medalist. Does have a 13.87 best time, but that was wind assisted. Mark Daniel Allen, 14.30, taking the bronze. Another look. Jakaria Wilson from the first hurdle took control, and then no one got close.
Problems there for Allen. He knocked over 2 of the last few hurdles, and as you can see here, he's really struggling with his technique. And even though the eventual winner, Wilson, did knock over one of the hurdles, didn't slow him down substantially at all. Excellent performance, great concentration. Yep, that is what it means.
Here we go, negative 0.7 meters per second, the wind speed. Jakaria Wilson of the Bahamas, 13.70. Brandon Bennett, Jamaica, taking silver, 14.08. Mark Daniel Allen of Jamaica as well, taking bronze at 14.30. Amari Brown disqualified for a false start. The Trinidad and Tobago athlete, his counterpart Devontae Romeo, closing out the field in 6th at 15.33 seconds. The athletes being introduced for the 110 hurdles final for under 20 boys. And what a cracker that one is set to be. Donald Oliver is ready with the 110 hurdles under 17 boys champion.
Not quite yet, Ricardo. I'm actually with the Discus girls under 20 champion, also from the Bahamas. So the Bahamas, they are winning the gold medals at this point in time. Anne Marque, and wonderful throw she did in the under 20 discus. Almost got the Carifta record, just 2 meters shy. But how's it competing out there?
Well, it was fun, very tense, but I'm just grateful, and I just felt like it was well-deserved, and it's about time that I was able to crank it up a notch.
Yeah, and you did crank it up a notch. It was wonderful to watch, especially even thinking what you did in the shot put and how you rallied to compete there. This must have felt good to get the gold medal.
Yes. Well, the plan was to come with 2, but you know, God has things in stores for you, and you just have to be grateful for what He has given you, and I'm grateful, so I can't even complain.
And a little birdie told me that you are thinking of being a Fenty ambassador?
Yes, so, you know, Riri, you hit me up because I'm wearing the skin tint, the highlighter, the lip gloss, so hit me up, I got you, in the sports of women.
And we know that you're also studying communications in the United States after this, so I'm going to give you a little hint here. What do we do next?
Back to you, Ricardo.
Back to you, Ricardo.
Well, she does it better than Donald Oliver, that is for sure. And wherever we go for the Carifta Games next year, well, there's a broadcaster to take with us.
I don't think Donald heard you. You might want to mention that again. He'll have a little discussion with you after.
Donald doesn't know that he's just given away his job. The under-20 boys 110 hurdles coming up. What a clash this is between 2 fabulous Jamaicans. Daniel Clark, joint Carifta record holder there, 13:23, did that in qualifying. And the defending champion, Shaquane Gordon. They met at the Carifta trials, and Daniel Clark was sublime. He blew his compatriot away. There's the full lineup. Shane West of Trinidad and Tobago, Tejuan Webb of St. Kitts and Nevis, Taj Brown, Bahamas, Shaquane Gordon, Jamaica, Jahil Smichael, Bahamas, Daniel Clark, Jamaica, Tonavila Hicks, the second of Haiti, and Carl Ned of Grenada. Let's go through the lineup for this final. And we start in lane number 1. He was 5th in the 400 hurdles, 3rd in his semi-final at 14:45. Shane West of Trinidad and Tobago. In lane number 2, 2nd in his semi at 14.3. Well, that's Taj Brown. He's in lane number 3, the Bahamian. Personal best 13.74 in qualifying, behind the record holder. There's the defending champion, Shaquane Gordon. Won the Commonwealth Youth Games title on this very track 2 years ago as well. He's a confident one. He's trying to repeat. On his outside, he needed a rerun to get into the final after saying he heard an echo in qualifying and stopped. He ran 14:21 in the rerun and now takes his place in lane number 5. There's the joint record holder with William Belosian. 13.23 seconds in qualifying this morning. Daniel Clark is the joint 6th fastest in the history of the under-20 boys 110 hurdles, and now he's trying to become Carifta champion. On his outside, Toravilia Hicks, the second of Haiti, 14.15 to get into this final, and closing out the field in lane number 8, representing Grenada, 14.65 to get here, Kyle Ned. That's the lineup. Tejuan Webb of St. Kitts and Nevis should have been in lane number 2. He's a non-starter, and so we have 7 for this final. There's the defending champion, Shaquane Gordon, Commonwealth Youth champion on this very track 2 years ago. Twice Clark and Gordon have met this season. Clark won at the Carifta trials. Gordon repaid the favor at the Jamaican High School Championships. The Carifta trials race was not close. The champs race was. What will the Carifta race be like? Off they go. Shaquane Gordon got up well. Brilliant start from the Bahamian Tash Brown. Gordon now takes control. Daniel Clark is chasing him. Gordon and Clark The defending champion does it again. 13.16. Cometh the hour, cometh Shaquane Gordon. He holds on to his right hamstring, but he dances it out as he celebrates what I think is a new Carifta record in the under 20 boys 110 hurdles.
He struts into the record books. There it is.
13.19. Back-to-back for Shaquane Gordon. Remains unbeaten at the Hazlett Crawford Stadium and gets 2 in a row over Daniel Clark, who produces another spectacular effort. Goes faster than he did in qualifying this morning. Tash Brown ran brilliantly as well, I thought. 13.52 to take the bronze medal. Told you it would be a terrific race, and it really was. Here's another look at it. Shaquane Gordon stumbled slightly, I think, over that first hurdle, but composed himself brilliantly. Tash Brown going with the Jamaicans early. Gordon still with the lead here. Clark threatening late. The two Jamaicans fighting to the line, but it's Gordon who gets the victory at 13.91. And after being threatened so many times in the past, the Carifta record finally gone in the 110-meter hurdles for under 20 boys. Note that Gordon ran faster last year in Grenada, but it was wind assisted. The wind has been negative all afternoon. Would be a shame if it ended up being positive here, or too positive. Confirmation, negative 1.4 meters per second the wind speed. That confirms the Carifta record, 13.19 for Shaquane Gordon. Daniel Clark, 13.21, completes the Jamaican 1-2. Tash Brown of the Bahamas in third at 13.82.
Clark actually went under his record earlier today. So both of the Jamaicans going under the old record of William Belosian.
Well, we've seen this so often from the Jamaicans today. Yes, individually they want to win, but it appears to me that these 1-2 finishes have become more significant than who actually crosses the line first. And the reactions telling a beautiful story.
Certainly does. These two young men celebrated together after the race. Great to see from the two of them. And the reaction of Gordon after that, held on to his hamstring and just went strutting away because he knew his place in the record books was secure.
Might want to go and check on that. He's a fantastic talent, Shaquane Gordon. We saw him on the backstretch in the 4x100 in both qualifying and the final on Sunday. He made the Carifta team in the 100 meters as well, finished second at the trials behind Gary Card. Gary Card got injured, of course, and he decided that he would forego the 100 meters. Of course, that gave his schoolmate Jamal Stevenson the opportunity to be selected for that event, and the rest, as they say, is history. And in this case, literally, because guess what? Shaquane Gordon is the Carifta record holder in the sprint hurdles. Well, they're enjoying what's happening at the Hazlett Crawford Stadium. Victory ceremonies, 800 finals to come on our coverage of the Carifta Games, the 52nd edition in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago.
yeah. We welcome you back to the Hasty Crawford Stadium. We welcome you back to the Hasty Crawford Stadium. We welcome you back to the Hasty Crawford Stadium in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. And we're here with Jamaican athletes who did first and second and went under the previous record in the 110 meter hurdles. And of course, we're talking about the winner, Shaquane Gordon, finishing just ahead of Daniel Clark. But what a run, what a race that was. Are you surprised by the time based on the fact that you're going into a negative, you're going into a headwind?
Honestly, I didn't come out here to think about the time. I just come out here to have fun. And me and my friend Daniel, and that's what I did.
Yeah, and you were having some fun out there, Daniel?
Of course, well, he's my friend, so, rival is enjoying the turning with him. It's enjoying turning with him, so, yeah.
Then it must be thrilling after having fun to break an 11-year-old record in the 110 meter high hurdles. That must be a feather in your cap.
Yeah. I mean, last year I broke the record, but it was illegal. So I'm glad that I came out here this year and get the record. I'm very grateful.
Running into the wind made it even more legal this time around. Daniel, what do you have to say to your friends, family after cupping silver here?
I love you all.
Yeah.
Shaquane, what do you have to say to your peeps?
I love you guys.
All right. That's another quinella for Jamaica in the 110 meter hurdles in the boys under 20. Ricardo, back to you.
Yeah, a lot of love to go around, especially in the Jamaican camp today for sure.
Yeah, certainly the Jamaica flag flying high and just on cue, Jamaica receiving their medal. That was for the girls under 17 4 by 100 that went off last night.
Yeah, Jamaica taking the gold medal. The Bahamians silver and Trinidad and Tobago bronze. Mike Sands, president of NACAC, and doing the presentation.
And he would have been proud to see his countrywoman taking the silver medal. Long history in the sport, Mike Sands. And this gold medal for Jamaica was one of 3 last night.
The only sprint relay the Jamaicans did not win, the one about to be presented, the under 17 boys. The Bahamians with Egan Neely on the anchor leg. In fact, Neely not here to collect his medal. Of course, he has the 200 final to come. Only half the Trinidad and Tobago team and 3/4 of the Grenada team. It was a majestic anchor leg run from Alex C. Prasad to get Trinidad and Tobago a bronze medal. One of the great anchor legs at this level of the Carifta Games. And they deserve to be on the podium today. Unfortunate that C. Prasad, who is significantly responsible for it, is unable to take his place on the podium because he has the 200 final coming up in short order.
Yeah, that ankle leg certainly, and the two of the men who were missing, himself and Neely, 2 special runs in that ankle leg last night.
Grenada having a good Carifta Games. They hosted last year. We'll be back there next year. Can't wait. I hope I'm not being premature in saying that. And the Bohemians 4x100 under 17 champions. Their anchorman Egan Neely delivering brilliantly. But the three boys who will collect their medals were fabulous as well. Neely has the 200 final and the 4x400 to come later on as he goes for 4 gold medals at the Carifta Games in 2025.
Justin Latipi George of the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago doing the presentations there. That was Bahamas' gold medal moment from last night. And that was their 9th in the competition, equaling their tally from last year. And that celebration has become so familiar. The biting of the medal. I first saw it, was it Rafael Nadal was the first I saw to do that at the French Open, one of his 14 wins at the French Open.
I do it as well when I win my titles. You just don't see it.
Well, I don't think it's 14 times, right? Maybe more, maybe less.
I think more like significantly less. Under 20 girls stepping forward to collect their medals. Trinidad and Tobago with the bronze medal. Red, white and black. The Bohemians sensing that coming to Trinidad they would be under pressure for the 2nd position, and they have responded magnificently. Trinidad and Tobago have done superbly as well, and in this final they did, but the Bohemians just that much better to collect the silver medals. No denying the Jamaicans though. There are 4 Jamaicans out there, but it's not the 4 that actually won that race. Those are what you call representatives. No Shanoya Douglas. No Sabrina Dockery. First and anchor legs. Abigail Wolf is there as well. She was on 3rd. I'm looking to see if I see Tiana Marshall, who was on the 2nd leg. No, she's not there. She just won the 100 hurdles and quite likely still cooling down from that effort. Or is that Marshall in the background? Maybe not. It is in fact Marshall who takes her seat alongside Abigail Wolf at the front. So Marshall is there along with Wolf. Confirmation of the medalists in the under 20 girls 4x100.
Dexter Fonsier, executive member of the N3A's Trinidad and Tobago. Outstanding distance runner along with his brother Paul in Trinidad and Tobago, and both of them heavily involved in track and field in Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah.
Let's head back to the final of the triple jump for under 17 girls. We're in round number 5 of that competition. There's competitor 408, Zaya Benjamin of French Guiana. 8 competitors started this final, so they all get 6 attempts. Not a great effort there for Benjamin of French Guiana.
It's not going to count anyway. Got the red flag.
So she's in 7th position with 10.58 meters. Has followed her last 2 efforts. There's 164. Dallas Tron of the Bahamas. She's in 6th position. 10.99 meters her best. Can she get over 11 meters? No, bails out of the effort. Still gets the white flag. She can take the fall by just walking back into the pit. It will be measured. Won't be an improvement though. .800 finals coming up next. Starting with the girls under 17. That was scheduled to begin 5 minutes ago, so behind where we should be at this stage. Hopefully we won't be by too far, as the athletes are already making their way to the start area. Triple jump final. 9.53 was the distance for Strawn. This is Norma Vinga of Martinique. She's in 5th position. 5th round of the triple jump final for under 17 girls. Bounces nicely down the runway. Hit that one well. Doesn't look like a bad effort. Decent effort. Should be over 11 meters. We skip away from the triple jump final. Final of the under 17 girls 800 meters. The championship record 2 minutes 09.59 set by Jamaica's Natoya Gould in 2006. There's the lineup. Amaris Munia of Bermuda, Annie Logie of Grenada, Shanicia Bryan of Barbados, Kevin Gay Fowler, the defending champion from Jamaica, Aisha Wanjid of Haiti, Cheyenne Lewis of Trinidad and Tobago, Alike Reynolds of Jamaica, and Annalisa Brown of Grenada. The 3 medalists from Grenada last year return here in Port of Spain. There is the bronze medalist from last year in lane number 8, representing Grenada, Annalisa Brown. Her lifetime best, 2 minutes 18.75, came in that final. Lane number 7, Alike Reynolds won the title in the Bahamas 2 years ago, but she was picked by her teammate Fowler in the final last year. Can she regain the title? We're about to find out. Cheyenne Lewis, fabulous net boarder, of 1500 bronze in Grenada last year. Outside the medals at 1500 here. She wants to be there at 800 meters. Aisha Wanjid is a fine talent, was beaten at 1500 meters though, but she's very fast. She's the fastest in the field at 2 minutes 10.25. Kevin Gay Fowler, the defending champion out of Jamaica, a 2:12.35 performer. That was done last year. Can she land a personal best in this big final and defend her title? Inside of her, Brian of Barbados, 2:21.52 to get into this race. Let's see if she can pose a threat to the medals. And then closing out the field, Anilogi, the second Grenadian in the final. And on the inside, Amaris Munia of Bermuda. The lineup for the final of the under-17 girls, 800 meters. The three medalists from last year plus Aisha Wajid of Haiti. This is going to be a good one. Off they go. Aisha Wajid of Haiti led the 1500 final for 1450 meters before Cummings of Trinidad and Tobago took her down the home stretch. She is the fastest on personal best in this 800 field. Her personal best, 2 minutes 10.25, set in 2024. Lots of tumbling going on there. Annika Reynolds, the champion in the Bahamas 2 years ago, taking the early lead with Annalisa Brown of Grenada, stepping forward into second position. Washid is in third. The defending champion, Kevin Gay Founder of Jamaica, the tallest in the field, makes a move and sits comfortably with racing room in fourth position. The Barbadian coming through as well, Shanicia Bryan, and she is just in that second group now, and going further back with Cheyenne Lewis stepping forward for Trinidad and Tobago, and she's dangerously poised but has to be running on the outside of lane number 2. The Jamaicans lead at the bell, led by Alike Reynolds with Kevin Gay Fowler right there in second.
Watcher usually likes to go to the front, but she was jostled out of it as they broke, and she has to find a way through that pack at the front.
Sean Lewis makes a move for Trinidad and Tobago and moves into second. This is where Annalisa Brown of Grenada made a decisive move last year. Not this time around. She is further back. Alike Reynolds lead. The super net boulder from Trinidad and Tobago, Cheyenne Lewis, strides to the front. Reynolds, the 2023 champion, hangs with her. Kevin Gay Fowler, like she was last year, still off the pace. Alike Reynolds makes a move. Kevin Gay Fowler, the defending champion, is trying to respond. Lewis for Trinidad and Tobago is still in a medal position, ahead of Washington of Haiti. The Jamaicans are going away. Alike Reynolds reclaims her title. Gold in the Bahamas, silver in Grenada. She is the champion again in Port of Spain. Kevin Gay Fowler could not get back to her this time around, and Cheyenne Lewis, off a brave effort, has her second Carifta bronze medal after 1500 silver last year. 2:12.57 for Alike Reynolds. Kevin Gay Fowler 2:14.01 to take silver, and the gold medal goes to the bronze medal, sorry, goes to Cheyenne Lewis of Trinidad and Tobago.
Now, Lewis made her move just around 200 meters, and Reynolds went with her. If anything, Fowler did not perhaps respond as quickly as she should, and by the time she started to go with about 150 meters to go, the lead had already gone to about 5 meters, and she just was not able to make it up. Yeah, this is the point here as they come into the straight. Fowler is trailing already. Now she's going to sweep past Cheyenne Lewis here, but it was just too much for her to do, and Reynolds was looking very, very strong at this point. She saw her coming, and she made her effort count.
Surprising how much Wajid of Haiti disintegrated down the stretch, or really in the last 200 meters of that race. In fact, finished 5th, because there's Annalisa Brown, who finished well to take 4th this time around after her bronze medal last year. There is confirmation. Alike Reynolds is champion again in the under-17 girls 800 meters for the second time in 3 years. Kevin Gay Fowler has to settle for silver this time around, but again, like it was last year, it's a Jamaican 1-2 with Cheyenne Lewis of Trinidad and Tobago on home turf taking the bronze medal, like Annalisa Brown did last year on her home turf in Grenada. This time around, though, she finishes 4th in 2 minutes 16.35. Wajid of Haiti in 5th at 2:16.54.
Well, Cheyenne Lewis celebrating with her family at the moment. Looks like maybe some friends of hers. Her father is a very famous basketball player here in Trinidad and Tobago, Stephen Leiter Lewis. And her mom is the head coach of the national under-16 team. She has sporting genes, and she's made it pay here with that bronze medal. I'm sure you'll see her, Ricardo, in a couple of years, taking on the Sunshine Girls.
Looking forward to it. Definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah, and her story is remarkable because she's only started track within the last 3 seasons. She's been playing netball since she's been 6 years old.
Must be so awesome to represent your country and with distinction at 2 different sports.
And what a reception the 3 medalists have gotten here. They've gotten their pictures taken. They're heading up to do the interviews, but a great reception from the crowd here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium.
The athletes making their way through the tunnel for the final of the 800 meters for under 17 boys. It's a long walk around from that tunnel to the start area for the 800 final. And of course the under 17 boys 800 final scheduled for 5:08. We are now at 5:15 local time, so 8 minutes behind. Hopefully they'll be able to catch up. Expected to be a festive final day of the Carifta Games here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium in Trinidad and Tobago. And I wonder, Video, at what point we'll be able to say this is the largest crowd we've had over the 3 days.
I think we can say that already because there was an announcement I heard earlier where they're asking patrons to please take their bags off the seats because everybody wants to sit here in the crowded section, not just to get close to the action, but to interact with the athletes because, as you pointed out yesterday, this is the most interaction we've seen at many of these Carifta Games between crowd and athlete. And they're right on top of you and everybody's just enjoying themselves.
And why not? That is part of the beauty of the Carifta Games. First held in 1972.
And first time held here in Trinidad in 1973. This stadium did not exist. It was held at another venue here in Port of Spain.
Hazley Crawford didn't become Hazley Crawford until 1976. On the Olympic 100 title, beating the Jamaican Donald Quarry in a terrific race. Quarry won the 200 meters. Here we go, final round of the triple jump for under 20 girls, under 17 girls, apologies. We're in the 6th and final round of this competition. White flag. For Tashia Poo of Martinique.
And we have a tussle for the lead here in the boys. Just taking over the lead.
Last time we were here, the Grenadian was leading the event. Christina Charles with 12.05. Here's 133, Jose Johnson of the Bahamas. Won the long jump last night, looking for the long jump, triple jump double. She's in second position though with a best of 11.99. So that means the Grenadian is still leading the competition. .11.74 was the effort for Pooh of Martinique. Here is Tracey Johnson. Final chance at triple jump gold. Can she produce? No, she can't. Can't put it together. In the final round, the flag is red. And Charles knows that she is the champion now. On the 17 boys 800 final, the record, Gerard Mason of Barbados, 1 minute 51.79, set in 2011. There's the lineup. Naja Munaz of St. Martin, Bryson Anderson of Guyana, Tyreek Thomas, Grenada, Darian Whiteman, Trinidad and Tobago, Luke Plummer, Jamaica, Brian Scott, Trinidad and Tobago, Cyril Rossa, Bermuda, and Johan Scarty of Jamaica. Let's start in lane number 8 with the Jamaican Johan Scarty. Outside 2 minutes to get into this final. Then in lane number 7, Cyril Russell representing Bermuda. He too outside 2 minutes. 4 boys went under 2 minutes in qualifying. Brian Scott, Trinidad and Tobago, one of them. He is among the favorite athletes in this field. Third fastest in qualifying. Luke Plummer, the fastest in qualifying, 1500 bronze medalist for Jamaica, was pushed all the way in a semi-final by this man. Darian Whiteman of Trinidad and Tobago finished second at 1:58.13. He's in good form. On his inside, Tyreek Thomas, who was part of that fast race as well, 1:59.14 is what he qualified with. Could be dangerous in the final. And closing out the field, Bryson Anderson of Guyana. He goes in lane number 2. And Munaz of St. Martin in lane number 1. Under 17 boys 800 final. Pretty open this one, but Brian Scott of Trinidad and Tobago, I think the favorite. Who will be crowned Carifta under 17 800 champion on the boys side? This is the moment of truth. Brian Scott of Trinidad and Tobago, the favorite, going out well, but flying. Wyatt Munaz of St. Martin, he's taken the early lead. Brian Scott coming through for Trinidad and Tobago. The Jamaican Johan Scarty behind him, and the 1500 bronze medalist Luke Plummer also stepping forward. The Jamaicans in third and fourth, with Whiteman, the second Trinbagonian, also moving up on the outside. Brian Scott with the lead. Cheered on by the crowd here at the Aisley Crawford Stadium. He hears the bell. Luke Plummer steps up to challenge him, the Jamaican. Needed a late run in the 1500 meters to snatch the bronze medal, Luke Plummer. He's right up there in the 800 now. Scott still looks full of running. Whiteman is dangerously poised for Trinidad and Tobago in fourth position. This is a straight Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago battle. Down the back straight away they go. Luke Plummer has taken the lead for Jamaica. Scott goes on the outside for Trinidad and Tobago. Whiteman is also moving forward. The Trinbagonian goes to the lead, and Plummer is unable to respond. Whiteman is in third. Carty is in fourth for Jamaica. It's Brian Scott who leads for Trinidad and Tobago. The crowd erupts inside the Aisley Crawford Stadium. The battle for silver and bronze on. But Brian Scott strikes gold. It will take the photo finish to separate the two Jamaicans. They are second and third though. But this one will be a calypso party.
Big celebration here from Trinidad and Tobago's fans. Breon Scott winning another gold medal for Trinidad and Tobago. His family is here. In fact, one of his cousins is doing camera work for us here today.
Well, look at that. If you saw a shaky shot, you know why. Breon Scott is Carifta under 17 champion. That was a brilliantly timed run. Told you he was the favorite. He was challenged for 700 meters, but he had so much in store. Poured it on down the home stretch, fueled by the energetic crowd inside the Hazley Crawford Stadium. Luke Plummer, after 1,500 bronze, has 800 silver. And his Jamaican compatriot, Johannes Carty, at 158.16, gets the bronze.
And gets a huge hug from a supporter, maybe possibly a family member.
Looks like his dad, I think. But this was an exciting race for 700 meters. White of St. Martin taking it out hard, going to the front early. Breon Scott responding for Trinidad and Tobago and dictating the pace of the race for the first lap. The two Jamaicans showing intent early as well, neatly blocking those behind them, including the dangerous Whiteman, the second Trinidad and Tobago athlete. In the final analysis though, Scott was just too good down the stretch. Trinidad and Tobago superb in the under 17s in the middle distances. They've won the 800, 1500 and 3000 meters. Breon Scott the champion.
That's a celebration, says it all. Finger in the air, celebrating his gold medal here at the Carifta Games. And here's confirmation. Breon Scott, 1 minute 56.48. Luke Plummer for Jamaica in second, 158.13. Johannes Carty in third place, 158.16. Darian Whiteman, unfortunately, finishing in fourth place. He was well positioned, finishing at 159.23. Grenada's Thomas, Guyana's Anderson, and Munoz finishing in seventh place. Surrey Russell coming in at the end of the field. And there is the winner. Come upstairs and he's going to do the interviews. All of the local media are there, so he'll have to do a list of interviews this afternoon. Breon Scott, the new hero.
Oh, he'll get good practice, that's for sure. The girls for the under 20 800 final being introduced. 13 of them listed for this one. No qualifying races in this age group. A little bit surprising given they're all of 13 of them. We'll find out shortly if all 13 turned up. Michelle Smith of the US Virgin Islands in this lineup has 4 gold medals in the 400 hurdles at the Carifta Games. She's going for her 4th in the 800 meters as well. Ran close to Natoya Gould's record last year. Can she threaten it 1 year later? Donald Oliver is on standby.
Thanks, Ricardo. I'm here with Breon Scott of Trinidad and Tobago, who just won the boys under 17 800 meters in fabulous fashion. And you could see him just stretching away from the field in that final kick. It really was wonderful to watch you run out there. What was it like out there for you?
It was good, you know. I always really wanted a medal because last year I did come 5th overall. And I said, no, had to put in the work, and I come out here and I do my thing.
And you did your thing as well in front of an entire nation who was supporting you. What was that feeling like, hearing the crowd pushing you to the line?
It feels so good, you know. It's the best race I ever run. And I just want to, you know, thank God, because without him, I couldn't be here today.
All right, brother. Congratulations and all the best.
Thanks.
Says it's the best race he's ever run.
And he's celebrating there with Christopher Sammy, just in the back of the celebration that was going on there. Christopher lining up to celebrate with him. And in case you didn't get that, there was a little bit of a Trini slang in there. Nah. It really means no. He said, no way, Jose. I'm going to win it next year.
Importantly, in that statement as well, the fact that he went back and put in the work.
And all that work has brought him the gold medal. It's come to fruition. Outstanding run from him. And another example of another phrase that if you haven't met a lot of Trinidadians, bad mind. He showed that certainly today, especially in that final run.
Excellent performance. Peaked at the right time. 1:56 at the trials in early April, 1:56 here. Record for the under 20 girls 800, 2 minutes 05.90. Natoya Gould in 2008. Here's the lineup: Augustine of Haiti, Missick of Turks and Caicos, Hannah Charles of Antigua, Ashlyn Simmons, Barbados, Jova Rose, Jamaica, Amaris Pope of Trinidad and Tobago, Michelle Smith, US Virgin Islands, Sydney Rose of Jamaica, Kaylee Ford of Trinidad and Tobago, Dania Skeet, Barbados, Amaya Samuel, Grenada, Akari Roberts of the Bahamas, and Estelle Gentili of Martinique. 13 girls in this final on the 800 meters. The record has been standing since 2008. 485 Sydney Rose of Jamaica. Her sister is also in the field, Jovi Rose. Here we go. 13 for the under 20 girls 800 final. The favorite is Michelle Smith of the US Virgin Islands. Her father, the president of the USVI Athletics Federation, presented the gold medal to her last night after her 400 hurdle success. I'm sure even though she did not say it, she was a little disappointed at least that she did not get the 400 hurdles record of 56.22. But here she can get a fourth straight 800 gold medal at the Carifta Games. She has won at the under 17 level from 2022, and then she went back to back at the under 20 level. Bahamas in 2023 and last year in Grenada. It's the Jamaican Rose who leads though. Smith takes control. The Barbadian in the mix as well. Looks like Skeet. 103.71 for the first 400 meters for the defending champion. Sydney Rose, the older of the sisters, in second position for Jamaica. Down the back straight away they go. It is still the USVI's Michelle Smith who leads this final. The rest of the field battling behind her. 200 meters to go. The Jamaican second and third, the Rose sisters, trying to chase Michelle Smith. Into the straightaway they come. Michelle Smith ahead of Sydney Rose. Oh, Sydney Rose is trying to challenge her here. But Michelle Smith responds and pulls away again. One of the greats of the Carifta Games closes her individual chapter with a fourth 800 gold medal. It's been a delight to watch her over the last 4 years. She never disappoints, and she finishes with her 9th Carifta medal 4 400 hurdles titles and now 4 800 titles. Michelle Smith is champion again. Not as fast as she did last year, but it doesn't matter. She's the champion again, with the Jamaicans trailing in silver and bronze.
What a remarkable record this young lady has had in this competition, and adding the final chapter to her Carifta record. It was the War of the Roses for second and third, and Cindy, who would have finished, won the gold medal in the 1500. She has gone on to take silver here, put in a very good effort, and her sister also celebrating with her.
Silver and bronze for the Roses, but it's a golden moment for the US Virgin Islands. I wonder if her dad will present this gold medal as well. Must have been a special moment last night. Jova Rose 2 minutes 10.97. Confirmed, not far outside her personal best of 2:10.54. When we go to Grenada next year for the first time in 4 years, we will not have Michelle Smith.
Yeah, she has been a great champion, and she will have a great future outside of the Carifta Games, and she has such a wealth of experience now competing in these games to take her into the future. Perhaps as a professional, we certainly hope that she will in that. And her medal, of course, the second for the US Virgin Islands at these games.
She has a Pan American bronze medal in the 400 hurdles. That's at the senior level. She has been to 2 World Under 20 400 hurdles finals. 5th in Cali, Colombia in 2022, 4th last year in Peru. Her 4th place finish last year in Peru was a massive surprise because she looked all over a medalist through the qualifying rounds. Just didn't put it together in that final. But I really do believe that one day this young lady will be an Olympic and World Championship medalist. She is no stranger to hard work. She is willing to put in the work. She's a delightful interview as well. Michelle Smith. What a treat it has been to watch her compete over these years. 2 minutes 07.23 is the final time she lays down at the Carifta Games. It wins the under 20 girls 800 meters. Sydney Rose of Jamaica 2:08.49 for silver, and Jova Rose 2:10.97 for bronze, with Ashlyn Simmons of Barbados finishing 4th at 2 minutes 12.59. Donald Oliver.
Thanks, Ricardo. I'm here with the triple jump under 17 champion for girls, Christina Charles of Grenada, who did a massive personal best in winning gold, 12.06 meters. Her PB before that was 11.70. So really a good leap going into your personal record. How did it feel actually breaking that mark?
Well, I feel very proud of myself, knowing that my personal best is 11.70, and I'm coming to Carifta 2025 and make my personal best with 12.06. I feel very proud of myself.
And it's a massive improvement in terms of what you've won, because last year you would have finished 4th, and now you have the gold medal to show off to everyone. What do you have to say to your supporters right now?
Well, last year, knowing that I come 4th in the triple jump, and before I enter into the Carifta Games, I put my mind to getting the gold medal, making my parents proud. And I went and did my best on getting the gold medal with a big PB of 12.06.
And I'm sure they're very proud, Christina. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Ricardo.
Christina Charles, the under 17 triple jump champion for girls. There is confirmation, 12.05. She added a centimeter, by the way. Jose Johnson, the long jump champion, taking silver at 11.99, with Melody Poe of Martinique with the bronze at 11.81 meters.
And just before that, Smith, 2 gold medals, the 2 medals for US Virgin Islands at these games. And The sky is very clear today. We've had a lot of Sahara dust around Trinidad and Tobago in the last few days, but this evening is especially clear. There was a little threat of rain earlier today, but that has gone its way down towards the south of the island. And the spectators starting to fill up away to our right, just in that shaded section. That's on the southern side of the ground. That is a great place to watch cricket from. Not necessarily so for track and field, but it's very, very full in the grandstand. Hazley Crawford Stadium opened back in 1982, 6 years after Hazley Crawford won the gold medal at the Montreal Olympics, and it wasn't until 1996 that it was named after him, and the honor, certainly a big one. He has 2 seats here. I believe it is 2 seats at the stadium that are set aside only for him.
1/800 final to come. The under-20 boys record, Kenroy Lee for Jamaica 1987, 1 minute 48.95. And what a lineup we have here. Asher Patel Aruba, Kaden Prasad Guyana, Aaron Morris Barbados, Joel Morgan Jamaica, Kieran Srishkanjaraja Trinidad and Tobago, Shavon Jarrett Jamaica, Javon Roberts Guyana, and D'Angelo Brown of Grenada. Carlos Bryson Keynes added to the field as the 9th competitor. There is Jarrett of Jamaica for the first time in a Carifta Games final, and he is among the favourites. He has run so brilliantly this season. Trying to do it again right here. Off they go for the Carifta 800 final. The 1500 champion D'Angelo Brown of Grenada is here. Srishkanjaraja of Trinidad and Tobago, last year's bronze medalist, is in the field. The 1500 silver medalist Asher Patel, so too the 1500 bronze medalist Joel Morgan of Jamaica. Javon Roberts, the under-17 champion of 2 seasons ago, is there for Guyana, as well as Prasad, the under-17 silver medalist from last year. What a fabulous lineup for the under-20 boys 800 final. And it's Aaron Morris of Barbados who takes the early lead. Shavon Jarrett of Jamaica likes to be at the front. That's where he's run so often this season. I wonder how he will respond if he is pushed around a little bit, but he escapes and comes to the lead. Kieran Srishkanjaraja of Trinidad and Tobago moves into 3rd. He has a full set of Carifta medals, 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze, but he doesn't have an 800 gold medal. The 1500 champion D'Angelo Brown of Grenada is running wide. He produced an Herculean effort to get into the final yesterday. After falling at the top of the straight, he got up from 10 meters behind and finished 2nd to qualify automatically. Jarrett of Jamaica leads. For the first time this season, he's under real pressure. Morris of Barbados is in 2nd. Last year's silver medalist Morris is in 3rd. Jarrett kicks down the stretch. The battle is on. D'Angelo Brown is coming, and he's coming brilliantly. Jarrett is trying to hold him off. This will be so close. Jarrett just, or was it Brown? That is so close. It's 151.13. Shavon Jarrett led for so long. Did D'Angelo Brown of Grenada time it to perfection? It is so, so close. Has Brown gotten the double, or has Jarrett gotten his first Carifta gold medal?
No one is celebrating right now because nobody's sure what happened there, but Brown definitely was closing like a freight train, and he may have done just enough to get there.
That was so close. Jarrett has been given the win. Jarrett has been given the win at 151.19. From Portland, Jamaica, he comes to Port of Spain and delivers. D'Angelo Brown, silver last year, silver again. A sterling performance from him. What a run. What a run. There were moments in the last 50, it looked as if he would have gotten it. But Jarrett held his form. His 47.21 400 speed, not letting him down. 151.90. What a stellar performance from Aaron Morris. The Barbadians are in the medals again. They are heading to double digits in Port of Spain.
Kiran Trishkandaraja misses out on this one. And this was the start. Trishkandaraja trying to get his way in here. And look at the two Jamaicans. They're coming in trying to set a little blockade on him, but he just elbows his way through. There he is. And he went to the front trying to take the lead. He was trying to dictate the pace here. But even at this point, he was starting to drop back and never really kept up the pace. The two Jamaicans going to the front and the battle. But look where Brown is. Brown is in 5th place at this time, and he's running on the outside. And he makes his move from way outside.
Covered so much ground. It's one of the things I've been impressed with Siobhan Jarrett all season, because he always controls the race. He always runs the shortest line, and he ensured he did not give up the advantage coming through the bell. And while Brown has to go wide on the outside to get around Trishkandaraja and Morris of Barbados, the Jamaican on the inside of lane 1, holding his form brilliantly. Brown was superb, but just coming up short.
That was as close as you could have possibly got. There was a slight delay, and that would have suggested that they had to separate them by photo finish. But great performance by Jarrett to win it there, and there's his winning time. 151.19, D'Angelo Brown, 151.21, and Aaron Morris, 151.90. Kiran Trishkandaraja, 152.21. Roberts of Guyana, the two Guyanese finishing in 5th and 6th. Joel in 7th, and Joel Morgan in 7th, and Brisson in 8th. Let's head across to the deck where Donald has another interview.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Michelle Smith of the U.S. Virgin Islands after she clocked 2 minutes 07.23 seconds to win the 800 meters for under 20 girls. And I tell you what, this is the final time that we're going to be seeing her at the Carifta Games. She is a Carifta Games legend because she doesn't know what it's like to lose, and she leaves on a high. It's been absolutely brilliant watching you these last few years. Congratulations on a stellar Carifta Games career.
Thank you so much.
And you're closing the show well with victory in the 800 meters. Again, what was it like out there today?
It was honestly very stressful for me because I didn't know what to expect. I hadn't really run 800. I've just been focusing on the 400 hurdles, but I was definitely kind of trying for it. So it was very stressful and just watching people, because I watch the screens when I run. So I was just seeing them right behind me, and then the commentator was like, "Here comes Jamaica," because I was panicking. I was like, "Oh my gosh, they're coming for me." So yeah.
But you certainly would take a lot of memories, not from these Carifta Games, but previous Carifta Games, and the crowd loves you. Wherever you go, they love you. It must be a thrill just competing in the Caribbean.
It is. It's very much a thrill.
What do you have to say to all your supporters right now? And I know that your entire family is here practically watching you, but what do you have to say to your family and supporters?
So basically almost all my aunts, my grandma, my parents, my siblings, they all came out to watch me run my last Carifta game, so it's a great honor to be able to run for them and my country, and just all my supporters back home.
Carifta Games legend Michelle Smith of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Ricardo, back to you.
Legendary performance from Michelle Smith. She mentioned that she heard the commentator say Jamaica is coming. Do you get an assist for that, Ricardo?
Not at all. She was talking about the stadium announcer. You know, I've always wondered if the athletes actually hear what the stadium announcer is saying when they are in the middle of battle like that. Some of them can completely tune out what is happening around them, but Michelle Smith aware, and it probably helped her, because the moment she heard that, she was able to up the tempo and go further away. Medal ceremony for the under 20 boys 4x100. That final closed the show last night. Barbados taking bronze. Trinidad and Tobago on a terrific anchor leg run from Dylan Woodruff, securing the silver medal, but the Jamaicans with gold. Jamon Stevenson on the opening leg, to Shaquane Gordon on the backstretch, to Antonio Powell on third, with Tyrese Foreman taking them home. Foreman will be in the 200 final coming up. And so the Jamaicans have 3 there. Barbados have 3 there as well. They have a representative in the 200 final as well. So that's the reason they have 3. Jaden Green. And that will be a cracking 200 final. No one for Trinidad and Tobago in the 200 final. So they're all here to soak in the adoration of the crowd. The presentation being done by one of my favorite athletes, Jareem Richards.
Jareem the Dream has been here for each day of the Carifta Games. He's been very much present, and everyone has been great to see him, including the commentators, and of course the fans have been wonderful. It's been wonderful with him. Let's go back to Donald, where he has another interview.
Yeah, it was the Jamaica 1-2 in the boys under 20 shot put, and I'm here with the winner Despero Ray, who did 19.66 meters to win gold, a little shy of his personal best, mind you. And in second spot, Devontae Edwards picking up the silver medal. But Despero, again, a wonderful performance. If you had got your PB, you'd have gotten the Carifta record.
Yes, sir.
What's going through your mind when you're going for 20 meters in your mind?
It's just to keep composed and just focus on what my coach told me and just execute to the best of my ability.
Were you pleased with what happened out there?
Not really, but I have to be grateful. I have to give God thanks. I finished injury-free and I got the gold medal, so I can't really complain.
And Devontae got the silver?
Yes, I did.
It must be pleasing for you.
Yeah, it was pleasing, but the mark wasn't what I expected, but grateful at the end of the day.
Yep. What do you have to say to your supporters right now?
Just look out. I have more in store.
And you have to say the same thing in terms of having more in store?
Yes, sir. There's a lot more coming from me, but I like to also give thanks to my coach and the Jamaica fans that are at home watching us and supporting us as we go along the way.
Yeah, it really must be pleasing to cop a gold medal for your nation, and I'm sure the entire Jamaica is proud of both of you for copping more medals for the country. Congratulations again, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Ricardo.
There you go, confirmation. Despero Ray of Jamaica, 19.66. Devontae Edwards completing the 1-2 for his country, 18.73. And the discus bronze medalist is also the shot put bronze medalist, Dylan Logan of Grenada. He too, incidentally, trains in Jamaica.
Hope you're enjoying the entertainment here. Let's take you back to Donald, where he has another interview.
I'm here with Siobhan Jarrett of Jamaica, who just won gold in the 800 meters boys under 20, and really a wonderful run. And what was going through your mind out there in the last few meters?
Well, I was very tired. I saw that I was in front, look at the TV and see I was a little distance, so I said I can't give up now, and I poured home.
The Grenada was chasing you down. D'Angelo Brown was chasing you all the way. Did you felt him coming?
No, I didn't feel anything till I reached the line, because you know the crowd very loud. I cannot hear anything, so I was kind of a little bit shocked when I saw him at the line.
So what, was it that you panicked a bit because you both of you weren't sure as to who would have won?
Well, I was waiting to see the clock to see who would have won.
Yeah, really, really very close in the end, but my goodness, that was close. It really was. But you must be proud of yourself for cupping the gold for Jamaica.
Yeah, first Carifta.
Yeah.
And I got gold. I'm very happy.
What do you have to say to your support right now?
Well, I want to say thank you to all my Jamaican supporters, my mother, my school, Titchfield High School. Support's been very great.
Siobhan, congratulations once again, brother.
Yeah.
Back to you, Ricardo.
Thank you very much. So that was Siobhan Jarrett, one of the closest finishers in the competition with D'Angelo Brown of Grenada, the flag of Jamaica flying high. Let's take a break. We'll be back with more after this. village of Karapichaima in Trinidad. It's the magnificent 85-foot tall statue of the Hindu god Lord Hanuman. This was built according to the Dravidian style of architecture in southern India. It is the largest Hanuman Murti outside of India. Magnificent spectacle indeed. It's not far away from the temple in the sea, which we would have featured previously on this broadcast. And visitors to Trinidad and Tobago tend to do both of them on the same trip.
Boys under 17 long jump.
Medal ceremonies continue. The boys under 17 long jump already receiving their medals. Michael Paul of Trinidad and Tobago with the bronze medal, and Michael Graham of Jamaica, who was in the lead up to the last jump, but then this man, Armani Phillips, he took the gold medal with the very last jump in the competition. Shares a smile and a joke with Michael Graham. Those two are best of friends, and receiving their medals there alongside of Michael Paul of Trinidad and Tobago. Victory ceremony for the boys under 17 long jump, and all three. It was a great competition that went. The sting was in the tail when it came to that competition, and the biggest smiles reserved for the two men in the gold of Jamaica.
The next one coming up is girls under 17 100 meter hurdles.
Next event is the girls 100 meter hurdles for under 17s. Mike Sands, the president of NACAC, doing the duties here. Jasmine Thompson of the Bahamas getting the bronze medal. 14.33 her time. Second place from Jamaica, another 1-2 finish for Jamaica. There have been several of them here today. Michaela Russell of Jamaica, 13.71. And a big celebration at the end with her teammate and the gold medal winner also of Jamaica, Malaya Duncan, the winning time 13.34. Brilliant running from all three. And the two Jamaicans separating themselves at the end, winning gold and silver. Jasmine Thompson of Bahamas getting the bronze medal. And there's confirmation of the three medalists. Big smile on the face of Russell as they join the gold medalist Duncan at the top of the podium. And the Girl Guides have been among the volunteers here at these games. And they get to rub shoulders with some of the future of track and field greatness here in the Caribbean. Next up in the medal ceremonies, the girls under 20 100 meter hurdles. And again, Jamaica dominating this event. Always a wonderful moment here for the athletes to receive their medals, and great to see that the fans have turned out in their numbers. The media, just at the bottom of your picture, have turned out in their numbers for the games. It has been revealed that there's an extraordinary amount of interest. 130 journalists have turned up for the event. That's outside of our crew. And they have really come out in their numbers. It's attracted a huge amount of interest, as you would expect also here in Trinidad and Tobago. The bronze medal going to Brianna Davidson of Jamaica, 13.82. silver medal with a wonderful run to just snatch that silver medal from Barbados, Maya Rollins. Very proud of her effort. And in the gold medal position, again from the land of wood and water, Tiana Marshall steps proudly onto the top of the podium and receives the accolades from the crowd. Gold medal for her well-deserved performance. 13.50 was her time. 13.80 for Maya Collins, and Brianna Davidson 13.82. And again, you really want to pay credit, pay tribute to the volunteers in this competition. Hundreds of them have come out to give their time during this Easter vacation to make sure the event runs well.
I did say earlier on that there were no Trinidadians in the 200 final. They have two, Deshaun Cole and Akeem Chinapu. So they will add to the festivities in the under 20 boys final. Girls under 20 discus. Annie Mackey out the Bahamas, 53.87, two Bahamian under 20 records, one in the shot put got her the silver medal, and this one in the discus throw gets her the gold medal, flanked by the Jamaicans.
Mary Kay Molokay Lampard of Jamaica receiving the bronze medal, and Shamoya Morris of Jamaica getting the silver. The medals presented today by a member of the N3As of Trinidad and Tobago. That's Michelle Stout, a long-standing member of the N3As, also a vice principal at Five Rivers Secondary here in Trinidad, and one of the hard-working teachers in Trinidad and Tobago. And there's Annie Mackey winning the gold medal, and a little bit of a reversal there in terms of the discus. She finished second in the discus with a new record for her country in the shot put correction. This is the discus event, and getting the gold medal this time round. That will end off the medal ceremonies for now.
We're in the home stretch. 200 finals. 5,000 final for under 20 boys. And the 4x400 relay finals to come. We have to finish off the heptathlon for girls as well with the 800 run. That is what is left on the schedule for the 52nd Carifta Games from Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. Special Olympics 200 meters coming up for girls. Crystal Ross has the record 33.09 set last year in Grenada. Six athletes listed: Tashana Tempro, Latoya Charles, Felicia Montague, Melissa Nanan, who finished second in the 100 meters, and Jamila Gardner. Off they go. 4 athletes in this field. Tempro on the inside, running an excellent curve. Latoya Charles going in pursuit. Tempro ahead of Charles. Once again, nice high knees, takes a couple of looks behind. Tempro away, she will win the Special Olympic girls at 200 meters ahead of Latoya Charles. And a lovely smile coming out. She'll be draped in the Trinidad and Tobago flag.
Nanan, who finished with the silver medal yesterday, finishes third in this one. And Jamila Gardner coming in fourth. And getting the congratulations of OC the Ocelot, the official mascot for the games. Here's how it went. And even from the start, Tempro, you could see she had already started to make up ground here on Charles. Nanan also doing well, making up the ground on Gardner. And by the time they got into the straight, Tempro was in control of this one. Charles was struggling to keep pace, and Tempro, she's going to take a look round just around this point. She's looking up to see how much of her lead she has. Looks left, looks right, sees no one, and knows that she has the gold medal all sewn up. Just takes another reassuring look and is lapping up the applause as she gets across the line. What a smile, what a moment for her.
Confirmation 35.37 outside the record of 33.09. They celebrate. Boys final coming up. Seven athletes in this field. Well, 6 of them: Cadel Coffey, Nathan McLean, Tyrese Daniel, Edwin Baird, Ezekiel Sylvan, and Justin Providence. Lanes 2 to 6 occupied. There's the lineup. No lanes 1 and 8. Exhibition events these, but an important part of the Carifta Games. Off they go. 200 final for Special Olympics boys. Look at this curve coming from Cadel Coffey. Coffey has run a brilliant curve, and look at this. Oh, this is impressive. This is highly impressive. 24.12 smashes the record set by Kellen Phillip of 25.97 last year. He's gonna be a Special Olympics star. That was brilliant to watch.
Well, he's taken 1.85 seconds off the previous record in a sport that records are broken by hundredths of a second. That is an absolute chunk that he's bitten off the record.
It was the form for me. The execution of the bend.
And he congratulates Justin Providence, who actually had a good start in lane number 7. Providence just not able to hold on. There's Providence on the right of your picture.
Stayed low, driving through the first 30. Covered the field essentially with his first few steps. Runs well off the curve. Lovely arm drive. Lovely extension of the legs as well. And driving to the line. That's beautiful sprinting. You don't learn that by sitting at home.
That's right. And executing very well. And look at, there's a celebration going on. That's confirmation. Cadel Coffey, 24.17. Nathan McLean in second, 27.03. Ezekiel Sylvan, 27.54. Providence very disappointed to finish in 4th place. Beard, Daniel, White, and Doyle. Well, White and Doyle did not start, but Beard and Daniel coming in 5th and 6th place.
Great touch to the Carifta Games. I think the Special Olympics events were introduced at the Bahamas 2023 edition, continued last year in Grenada. Under 17 girls 200 final coming up. Kezra Thomas of the Bahamas. Rihanna Scott, her debut final at the Carifta Games. Brian Ward, a 100 bronze medalist. JD Emmanuel, the St. Lucian, has looked fabulous. Crab of the British Virgin Islands. Tyra Fenton, the 400 champion for Antigua and Barbuda. This is a fine race video. It has the 400 champion and the 400 silver medalist and the 100 champion and the 100 bronze medalist.
Athletes who train up and train down involved in this one. This is going to be a real cracker in the 200 meters.
Definitely will be a real cracker. Rihanna Scott, the Jamaican, in there as well, anchored her team to 4x100 gold last night. 23.03, the meet record set in 2002 by Anisha McLaughlin. Boy, she was good. There's the lineup. Michaela Grandison of Trinidad and Tobago, Daquana Howell of the Cayman Islands, Kezra Thomas, Bahamas, Rihanna Scott, Jamaica, Brian Ward, Bahamas, Jada Emmanuel, St. Lucia, Mackenzie Crabb of the British Virgin Islands, and Tyra Fenton of Antigua and Barbuda. Final of the under 17 girls 200 meters. Going through their paces, checking the blocks, ensuring they're comfortable, getting ready for one of the most important races of their young careers. Not seeing Michaela Grandison of Trinidad and Tobago. 5th in the 100 final, anchored them to 4x100 bronze. She doesn't take her place in this 200 final. Let's go through the lineup. Tyra Fenton in lane number 8, the 400 champion. Then in lane number 7, Mackenzie Crump finished 6th in the 100 meters. Would love a better finish in the half lap. In lane number 6, JD Emmanuel, she got the St. Lucian on the 18 record with the 11:50 in the 100 to take gold. She's chasing the 200 record as well and the gold medal. The 200 record is held by Naomi London. Brian Ward, bronze medal in the 100 meters. The Bahamian wants to be back in the medals here at 200. Rihanna Scott anchored Jamaica to 4x100 gold last night. Now she looks for her individual glory. Kezra Thomas of the Bahamas, twice a 400 silver medalist at the Carifta Games, including here where she was extremely disappointed. She was 4th in the 200 last year. Maybe this is the event she uses for redemption. And closing out the field in lane number 2, Daquana Howell of the Cayman Islands, 24.61 to get into the final. That's the lineup for the under 17 girls 400 meters. There is Fenton on the outside, bronze medalist in the 200 meters from last year, like she was in the 400 meters. At 400, she upgraded that bronze to gold with a personal best 53.93. I think she wasn't at full throttle in qualifying for the 200 final. That's the reason she's in lane number 8, having not won her semi. But now she'll have to leave it all on the track in the under 17 girls 200 final. Cayman Islands, Bahamas, Jamaica, St. Lucia, the British Virgin Islands, and Antigua and Barbuda all represented in this final. Sent on their way for the under 17 girls 200 final. Shady Emmanuel of St. Lucia has gone off to a brilliant start. Tyra Fenton on the outside in lane number 8, running well for Antigua and Barbuda. But it's Emmanuel who transitions down the stretch with a significant advantage. The 400 girls are coming, but they will not get back to JD Emmanuel. Surely the clock stopped early. We'll get confirmation of the winning time. But JD Emmanuel, St. Lucia's newest sprint star, wins the Carifta double in the under 17 category. It's 23.47. It is a St. Lucian under 18 record. Another one for her, and they are jubilant.
Blue is the color here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. They're celebrating, and also the blue of the Cayman Islands celebration for Bahamas, correction. There's also celebration for them as Kezra Thomas, I believe, has held on to take the silver medal.
Kezra Thomas second at 400 meters, where she battled with Tyra Fenton. She was battling with Tyra Fenton for the silver medal here, and she just edged her at 23.67. But what a performance from JD Emmanuel. The curve was sensational. She absolutely won it from there. And although the quarter milers closed down the stretch, the race was done.
That's what you'd expect from the quarter milers, to come very hard late, but just unable to catch up. That's Tyra Fenton of Antigua and Barbuda, 23.68 for her.
Back-to-back bronze medals for her at 200 meters in the under 17 category. Adds that to her 400 gold medal. Here's another look at it. Look at JD Emmanuel, stays really low through the first 20. You can see that she is well coached. Off the top bend, she presses the tempo, hits the straightaway, and is well clear of the rest of the field. She knows the quarter milers will come, and they did, but by this stage she has a comfortable lead. She holds her form beautifully and wins the under 17 double. What a terrific effort. Naomi London won double silver for St. Lucia 2 years ago in the Bahamas in this under 17 category. But I must admit, I am so impressed with JD Emmanuel. This looks like a sprinter for the future for me. Negative 0.4 meters per second, the wind speed. JD Emmanuel, a St. Lucian under 18 record, 23.47. Kezra Thomas, silver at 400 meters, silver at 200 as well, 23.67. Tyra Fenton, the 400 champion, having to settle for bronze this time around at 23.68. Brian Ward, third in the 100, fourth here. Rihanna Scott, the Jamaican, fifth. Crabb and Howell rounding out the field. Under 17 points, 200 final coming up. Will be a great discussion as to who should win the Austin Seeley Award this year. Egan Neely certainly has a shot. If he can remove the 2010 record of 20.84 set by Odin Skeen, then he will definitely be in the conversation. He's already won the 400 meters, wasn't in record fashion, but it was impressive. Produced a fabulous anchor to get Bahamas the victory in the 4x100. There is confirmation that the record is 20.84, 2010, Odin Skeen of Jamaica. There's the full lineup. Carmel Joseph Grenada, Javon Simon Antigua and Barbuda, Egan Neely Bahamas, Jaden Goodrich Trinidad and Tobago, Tiandre Frett, he's dangerous, British Virgin Islands, Darian Belgrave Barbados, Alex C. Prasad, Trinidad and Tobago, and Jaden Collins of Jamaica. There's Alex C. Prasad. What an anchor leg from him last night in the 4x100 to get Trinidad and Tobago into the bronze medal position.
A lot of dangerous threats in this one. A couple of those should have stealth warnings in their shoes.
Jaden Collins won the bronze in the 100 meters. The Jamaican was on lead off for them at 4x1 last night, but they finished in 5th position. Final of the under 17 boys 200 meters. Now we'll get a close-up view of the competitors as we go through the full lineup. Now they've been sent to their marks. Neely in 3, Frett in 5. I think they are the big two, but you never know. No Goodrich of Trinidad and Tobago as they're sent on their way in the 200 final. Tiandre Frett, the 100 silver medalist for the British Virgin Islands, is running well. C. Prasad is running a purposeful curve. Egan Neely not yet into his running, but he stepped forward. Neely ahead of Tiandre Frett. It's Egan Neely who wins the 200-400 double. Sensational effort. Superb last 50. And this young Bahamian distinguishes himself as the class of the under 17 category in 2025. What was the final time? 21:22. It's not as fast as his personal best, which is 21 seconds flat, but he has the 200-400 double. Tiandre Frett from the British Virgin Islands has double silver, second in the 100 meters, and now he is second in the 200, upgrading from the bronze he won a year ago in Grenada. 21.52 for him. And finishing in third position was the Barbadian Darian Belgrave. 21.68, fabulous run for him. Alex C. Prasad denied again in an individual event after a stellar anchor last night.
Neely really had to work for this gold medal. Look at the distance. He is back from the front runners at this time. C. Prasad going very well. Neely is still struggling at this point, and then he starts to get himself together. This time it's Tiandre Frett who looks like he's going to run away with it, and then Neely, as he so much has done in these championships, starts to turn on the style and was pulling away from Frett as he gets the gold medal. He really had to work for it, won it in the last 75.
Egan Neely of the Bahamas, 400 bronze medalist in Grenada last year in a record race. He wins the 200-400 double. Positive 0.2 meters per second. Thinks that's the first time today we've gotten a positive wind. 21.52 for Frett for silver. And what a run from Darian Belgrave of Barbados to take bronze in 21.68. On the 20 girls final coming up, the Frederick sisters, who have been so good over the last 2 years, they're coming up in that final. Let's hear from them.
Grenada, I ran the 200 and 4x1, and luckily in the 200 I was able to get silver, and in the 4x1 we also got silver. It was very fun, and I was very proud of myself for getting a medal and representing Trinidad.
It was definitely a good experience. Even though I didn't get to run the 100, I still was able to do the 200. Even though I came short in medals, I still medaled in the 4x1 and the 4x4. I feel like the Olympics definitely prepared us for future Olympic teams and senior teams. Just being around the pro athletes was very inspiring.
Even though we didn't do what we wanted to, it was a good experience, and performing at such a high level gives us more confidence to run at like collegiate meets or meets like Carifta.
And then going straight into college, it was definitely a shift, like us being on our own and having to go to classes, going to practice on time. Like, it's definitely matured us, so I feel like we've been doing really good.
It gives us a push. We get to push each other in practice, and then we'll have somebody, always have somebody to support, or if you need someone to talk to, I always have her. So it's just always like a push, friendly competition. I'll say my dad inspires me because he used to run for Trinidad and represent Trinidad, so I know we're making him proud, so it just feels good to make him and my family proud.
What you could expect from us is definitely medaling and striving to win. We've been working really hard, so we're here to show you guys.
This is our last Carifta, and it's at home, so we're very excited to represent Trinidad here. And we'll know all our family's going to be here to support, and everyone's here to watch. So, and we definitely have the home advantage, so I'm very, very excited for that.
They both attended Druid Hills High School in Atlanta, Georgia, before joining the University of Georgia in November 2023. And I can't tell them apart, can you?
Sometimes. On the 20 girls 200 final, Shawnee Miller-Weibo, the record holder at 22.77, set in 2013. There's confirmation of the lineup. Sophia Swindle of the U.S. Virgin Islands, Jemiah Nabi of Bahamas, Sanaya Frederick, Trinidad and Tobago, Brian Barnett, Haiti, Shanoya Douglas, Jamaica, Soleil Frederick, Trinidad and Tobago, Sabrina Dockery, Jamaica, and Shatalia Dorset of the Bahamas. What a field for the 200 final. Sanaya Frederick won the title in the Bahamas in 2023. Soleil Frederick, there she is, took silver last year in Grenada. The top four from last year are all back. Shanoya Douglas, the defending champion. Soleil, the silver medalist from last year. Dockery, there she is, the bronze medalist from last year. and Sanaya Frederick, who finished 4th in that Grenada final. All in this field. Jemiah Nabi of the Bahamas, the sprint double champion in the under 17 category in the Bahamas, is there as well. So too is that lady, Shatalia Dorset, who won bronze in the 100 meters. Can she produce another run to get a surprise medal here at 200? Brianne Barnett of Haiti, Saraya Doreska, her teammate, got to the 100 final, and now she represents the French nation in the 200 meters. Sophia Swindle of the US Virgin Islands was in the 100 hurdles final earlier today, and she also takes a place at 200. There's Sanaya Frederick in lane number 3. Can't tell them apart because Soleil Frederick has her hair let down.
Their father, Peter Frederick, 200-meter national champion on this very track, June 1998.
He was part of their coaching setup in high school. Sure, he's still giving them advice even though they're in university. Under 20 girls 200 final. Not seeing lane 2. That's Nabi of the Bahamas. Under 20 girls 200 final. Sanaya Frederick got away brilliantly. She's covered Barnett. Sabrina Dockery's running a fast curve. So too is Shanoya Douglas. The 100 champion leads. Dockery, her teammate, chasing her, and the Frederick twins. Dorset is running brilliantly. Douglas beats them magnificently. And there's a line behind her for second and bronze. For silver and bronze. Dorset has produced another stellar effort for the Bahamians, and she might have snatched a medal. It is so close. It is so close for silver and bronze. But the world under 20 champion, the 3rd fastest Jamaican junior in history, dismisses a quality field and wins the Carifta under 20 title. We still don't know the time. Now we do. 23:02. She is the sprint double champion.
Well, congratulations to Shanoya Douglas taking the double here and offering her congratulations to those around. And the Jamaica flag is unfurled proudly here at the Hazel Crawford Stadium.
It was never a contest. It was never a contest. The world under 20 bronze medalist. There is Soleil Frederick, the silver medalist last year. It was pretty clear then. There's nothing clear about it this time around. Is she leaving the Carifta Games with another individual medal? Dockery was close as well, but I think she was shut out of it. The Frederick twins there. Dorset was there. And I also think Brianne Barnett might have been there for Haiti. My goodness me, it was so close. They're all waiting. The stadium announcer has called it. Well, here's another look at it. This will help us to decide while we wait on the confirmation. Shanoya Douglas leading off the curve, and once that happens, you know the rest of the field is in trouble. She powers down the home stretch. The Frederick twins, Dockery, Dorset, all there. Yeah, Barnett of Haiti was nowhere close. Dorset given second, and one of the Frederick twins, I think it might have been Soleil, or was it Sanaya? Let's watch closely who was given third. Oh, this is tight. Douglas, oh wow, that doesn't help.
It's Soleil. It's lane number 6 from what I've seen. Yeah, it is Soleil Frederick. In lane number 6, she's been given the bronze medal.
Well, we'll get confirmation now in that brilliant under 20 girls 200 final. Shanoya Douglas of Jamaica, world under 20 bronze medalist last year, part of Jamaica's 4x100 relay winning team in Peru. successfully defending her Carifta title and completing the sprint double. The 19-year-old Frederick twins say goodbye to the Carifta Games. It's been a delight to watch them as well over the last 3 editions. Sanaya was by some way the better of the two in the Bahamas. Soleil came last year and made a name for herself with a silver medal run, and she's back this year to secure the bronze medal. Here we go. 23.02 for Douglas, she's the champion. 23.43 for Soleil Frederick. 23.45. No, that's not correct, is it? Wow. 23.45 for Docker for the bronze, and Dorset 23.45, given fourth as well. Wow. Sanaya Frederick 23.46. So 1-3 for Jamaica. Well, that's why you need to await confirmation sometimes. 1-3 for Jamaica. Soleil Frederick gets silver. That's the same top 3 from Grenada last year in the same order. Wow. Let's go to Donald Oliver.
Well, I'm here with Egan Neely. We're going to get back to a lot of the action that's taken place over the last few minutes, but Egan Neely, another outstanding performance from him in the 200 meters. 3 gold medals so far, Egan. You getting bored? Are you getting bored?
Oh, not particularly, but I'm so glad I was able to collect my 3rd gold and going on to the 4x4, hopefully to collect my 4th gold.
Wow, 4 gold medals. Let's see. All the best in the 4x4. We may catch you later.
Yeah, so you will catch me later.
Back to you, Ricardo.
Thank you very much, Donald. We also spoke to the Chinapu brothers earlier this week.
And my experience was very good, especially bringing home the gold in the 200. I mean, doing it, that was, the atmosphere was good, the energy was good. But I mean, the goal is always to win, stay focused, staying consistent in training. Going into Carifta this year, will be a little more pressure, but I hope I can still meet my expectations.
I would say it was a great experience, helping my country bring home gold in the 4x1. But right now I'm more focused on what's coming this weekend here at the Carifta Games. But I've been doing a lot of strength training, 400 meter training, because I was suffering with hamstring injuries in the past.
It takes plenty bad, man, right? Because waking up in the morning, it doesn't really feel, some days it doesn't feel to come training. And you just have to push yourself. And well, yeah, my parents, my family, club mates, everybody does motivate you still to just keep pushing.
I wouldn't say there's no sibling rivalry, It's just motivation and healthy competition, because I push him to the best and he pushed me to do it.
Let's treat each other like normal track mates, motivate each other. My little sister, she upcoming, Akila. And yeah, I want to thank my father and my family just for keeping 3 hours close to keep each other motivated. Well, I mean, the energy, the atmosphere is going to be great to represent Trinidad and Tobago this year in the Carifta Games. Just knowing all your friends and family in the stand supporting you, everybody in the stand supporting the country, and yeah, it will be great.
Hakeem Chinapu will be involved in the finals of the boys 200. Kadeem Paul started in the 100 meters earlier in the meet. Disappointment for him there. Both of them attend the St. Benedict's College in Laromaine, Trinidad, one of the great educational institutions in San Fernando, or at least on the outskirts of San Fernando here in Trinidad and Tobago, 2 of the bright stars of Trinidad and Tobago sprinting.
On the 20 boys 200 final coming up. The record 19.93 set by Usain Bolt in 2004. What a field this is. Hakeem Chinapu of Trinidad and Tobago in 1. Deshaun Cole, also of Trinidad and Tobago, in 2. Jaden Green of Barbados in 3. Jaden Jackson of the BVI in lane 4. Tyrese Foreman in lane 5. Junior Gallimore also of Jamaica in lane number 6, Miles Outerbridge, Bermuda in 7, and Walton Elaine of Guyana in lane number 8. This is a quality field. Junior Gallimore of Jamaica is the fastest on personal best, but several of them have gone under 21 seconds, including his compatriot Tyrese Foreman. Miles Outerbridge, the Bermudan, ran a winded 20.83 as well. They're on their marks. The under 20 boys 200 final sent on their way. Junior Gallimore of Jamaica has gone out well. Jaden Green of Barbados is running brilliantly. Foreman of Jamaica also going well. Green coming forward for Barbados. Foreman of Jamaica is on the outside. Green and Foreman. Oh, it's so close. It is so close. I think the Barbadian maybe. He's running away in celebration. He thinks he's won it. Did Foreman get the lead? Junior Gallimore for Jamaica got bronze. But who is it that got the gold medal? Who is Carifta under 20 champion? The Barbadian certainly thinks he has it. We're looking there at Gallimore. He's the bronze medalist and he knows it.
Well, Foreman isn't sure at all. He's not celebrating at all. He's looking around. I think they want confirmation.
I think the Barbadian got it. But I've been wrong before. They embrace. Yes, he did get it. 20.93. Jaden Green is the Carifta under 20 boys champion. What a terrific performance. Tyrese Foreman was running brilliantly, but he held strong, held his form. The Jamaicans celebrate second and third. Foreman 20.95. Junior Gallimore 21.01. It's 2/100th of a second the difference, which in truth is clear enough in a close race like this.
Certainly was, and a great start there by the Barbadian. Green in his lane number 5. And as you're coming into the straight here, Green still has a fair amount of work to do, but he's challenging for the lead with Gallimore. Foreman is starting to look good at this point. Foreman starts to edge ahead, but Green just had a little bit more at the end. A dip from Foreman, and it wasn't enough. Gallimore finishing in third.
Figured this race would be close, and it sure was. Outerbridge on the outside, looking in at the medalists in fourth. What a final. Barbados with another gold medal. 20.93 positive, 0.6 meters per second the wind speed. Jaden Green is Carifta champion. Tyrese Foreman of Jamaica takes silver at 20.95. Junior Gallimore 21.01. Miles Outerbridge, the Bermudian, 21.14. Deshaun Cole, Trinidad and Tobago, 21.25. Jalen Jackson, the British Virgin Islands, 21.42. Walton Elaine of Guyana, 21.60. Same time as Akeem Chidapu of Trinidad and Tobago. Donald Oliver.
Thanks, Ricardo. We're with the Frederick sisters here. Soleil, who picked up the silver medal in the under 20 girls at 200 meters, and her sister picking up 5th spot after clocking 23.46 seconds. Soleil actually clocking 23.43, so it was a really close race. But Soleil, you end the Carifta Games on a high, one would say, with a medal. How are you feeling after picking up silver?
I feel great. All I wanted to do was give it my all and at least medal, so I'm glad I did what I wanted to.
Soleil, I mean, it's been a marvelous Carifta Games over the years for both of you, actually. But in thinking back over the years, what has it meant to you closing off in your home country, Trinidad and Tobago?
It feels so great. Running in front of home just motivates me even more to keep pushing. Even though I came short in medals, I'm just going to continue to give it my all like I have. And
I pray just for a next injury-free season. So
Who do you want to big up right now?
I want to big up my coaches, my families, and all of Trinidad and Tobago for supporting us through everything. Same here.
Thanks, girls. Ricardo, back to you.
Thanks very much, Donald Oliver. Soleil and Sanaya Frederick. Might just see them at 4x4, but they sign off individual competition at the Carifta Games. The only individual event remaining on today's schedule, the 5,000 Open. Make that the 5,000 for under 20 boys. Let's go to break. We'll be back after this. We're in the home stretch of the 52nd Carifta Games from Port of Spain in Trinidad and Tobago at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. The 5,000 for under 20 boys and the 4x400 relay finals to come on the track. We still have field event action, including the Discus for under 17 boys final, where we've had a record. Kobe Lawrence set the mark in 2019 at 53.32, the Jamaican. Another Jamaican, Kamari Kennedy, has gone out to 54 meters and he leads, and he is the new record holder with 54.53. Good evening. Welcome back wherever you're watching in the Caribbean, indeed across the world. This is the Carifta Games, the showcase of regional junior track and field. And what a showcase we've had over the last 3 days. And now we're holding our forms to the finish. Ricardo Chambers alongside Vidya Ramphal. And we're almost there, Vidya.
Yeah, still a few more titles to decide, especially those relay events coming up. Those will close off the games. But the boys 5,000 meter, that is always going to be a promising one. And Trinidad and Tobago will be represented by Darius Harding and Isaiah Alder. Just one runner in the field under 16 minutes from my seeing.
There is Kamari Kennedy, the record holder, 54.53 meters. This is a record that was expected to go. He is capable of much more than that. Kamari Kennedy, so he might not be done yet. Let's see, looks as if he's just delivered another massive effort, and we are awaiting the distance on that one. That is to close the third round of the discus throw. There he is.
Gold medalist for the boys under 17 800 meters, a popular one here in the red, white and black of Trinidad and Tobago. Breon Scott winning ahead of Luke Plummer of Jamaica and Johannes Carthy in third place. When he won that event earlier, it was a huge eruption of sound here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, and a big celebration there. It was a great run from him and a dominant win in the end.
Kamari Kennedy has thrown over 61 meters this season, 61.46. So what he's delivering so far in the discus throw final, unsurprising. Can he get over 60 meters in this final? There are 3 more rounds to come. He got closer with that last effort. We are awaiting the mark on that one.
Girls on the 2800 meter medal ceremony coming up. Jovi Rose of Jamaica finishing in third place. 2 minutes 10.91 seconds. Sydney Rose in second place, the Rose sisters. Sydney winning the War of the Roses to finish second. 2 minutes 8.49 seconds. And the gold medalist, one of the legends of the Carifta Games, Michelle Smith of the US Virgin Islands, winning quite comfortably. 2 minutes, 7.23 seconds. One great sprinter receives it from another. Hazley Crawford doing the honors here for this medal ceremony. And always great to see the Trinidad and Tobago sprinter there. Huge smile on the face of all three. Michelle Smith's smile is broader than all of the others, and she has signed off from her Carifta career in the greatest possible way. And look at that, that's a wonderful sight. The grandstand here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. Stadium located in Invaders Bay in the capital of Trinidad and Tobago, Port of Spain. An historic part of the town and a good place to record some more history. Girls 100 meter dash for the Special Olympics. That's the next medal ceremony here. Dance from the gold medalists while they await. She can't wait to get up on top of that podium. Slight hold up as the triple jump competition continues here. It has reached a critical stage. $200-meter dash, Special Olympics, third place. She won the silver medal in the 100 on the opening day. Melissa Nannon gets the bronze medal here. Actually, correction, Melissa Nannon finished third over the last time round. She gets the silver medal. Latoya Charles in third place. And Tashana Tempro was very impressive in getting the victory. And boy, is she happy, waving to the crowd and getting the adoration from all here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. Big smile from presenter Cleopatra Burrell as the top three enjoy the adoration of the crowd. This is a moment they will never forget. Boys 200-meter dash, Special Olympics Open. That's the next event. Presentation about to be made. Yeah, I was wondering if there was in fact a mix-up. Yes, there was. It was Melissa Nannon, which I had listed here in third place. And I think mistakenly she was given the silver medal, so now they're correcting that. Melissa Nannon finished in third place. She has the bronze medal. Latoya Charles, silver medal, and no change, of course. Tashana Tempro, she was way ahead of the field, and she got the gold medal. And the presenter, very familiar face, the President of World Athletics, Lord Sebastian Coe. 200. So Melissa Nannon receiving her bronze medal. Next up, Latoya Charles will get the silver medal from Lord Co. Deshana Tempro once again getting the gold medal, and look at her celebration. Yesenia Sylvan receiving the silver medal. Just before that, Justin Providence. Justin Providence winning the gold medal in this event. This was the Special Olympics 100-meter dash. Providence, your gold medal winner, and he also competed in the 200, which took place today. That is event 325. These were the results from the 100 on day one. And all of these competitors, as we mentioned, accompanied by members of the protective services, Girl Guides and Scouts. Ezekiel Silvan finishing in third place in the 200-meter dash after taking silver in the previous event. Nathan McLean getting the silver medal in the 200 meters, and all of them receiving their medals from Lord Co. And the 200-meter gold medal is very, very impressive indeed. Cadel Coffey, 24.12 to win the event. His technique really impressed a lot of people here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, including in the commentary box. So that was the last of the medal presentations for now. We're going back to the track. It's the 5,000 meter event. Boys 5,000 meter run under 20. That's going to take place now. A field of 15 entered for this one.
Finn Armstrong of Barbados among them. Well, we are in for quite a treat. 12.5 laps of the track for the 5,000 final. Lars Innocent of French Guiana, Darius Harding, Trinidad and Tobago, Love Joseph of Turks and Caicos, Court Anthony of Guyana, Oliver Haywood of Bermuda, Aiden Cintron of the US Virgin Islands, Timothy Smith of Guyana, Luke McIntyre of Barbados, Jake Smith of Bermuda, Wendell Bade of Aruba, Isaiah Alder of Trinidad and Tobago, Finn Armstrong of Barbados, Ross Martin of the Bahamas, Christian Janssen of Aruba, and Damarian Edwin of St. Lucia. Those are the 15 athletes getting ready for 12.5 laps of the Hasely Crawford Stadium track. By the way, Kamari Kennedy, the Jamaican, has improved his under-17 discus record to 60.87 meters. Started at 54.53. That is sensational. An under-17 boy over 60 meters in the discus.
He's an exceptional talent. Also, well, he broke the record in the other event in which he competed. He was absolutely brilliant in the shot put.
He certainly was, so a double record for him as they are sent on their way. 12.5 laps in the 5,000 meters. Under 20 boys event, the under 17 boys go over 3,000 meters. The girls contest the 3,000 open. Let's see how this one will pan out. Two Barbadians in this field, incidentally. Both of them triathletes. Luke McIntyre and, of course, Finn Armstrong. Interestingly, Luke's sister, Layla McIntyre, qualified for the Barbados Carifta track and field and the swimming teams. Decided to compete in swimming. And so their dad here tonight inside the Hasely Crawford Stadium to watch Luke compete. And then I guess he'll be in Couva tomorrow to watch his daughter take part in the swimming competition.
Busy weekend for the parents, and the success goes with it. Harding of Trinidad and Tobago taking to the front. Harding running with the cap on, very similar to the athlete that would have dominated this event over the last 2 years. That's Taparai Waldron of Trinidad and Tobago. He's won it for the last 2 years, and he's been here for all of the days here at the Carifta Games, and I'm sure he's somewhere in the crowd looking on very, very carefully, because he runs a lot with Harding and with Isaiah Alder.
He would have loved to be here competing at home with this atmosphere.
He actually broke the national junior record here at the stadium. He lapped everyone in the field, including those who finished second and third.
Darius Harding of Trinidad and Tobago, the early leader. They are already in single file, which usually suggests that it's a pretty nippy pace. 10 laps to go in the 5,000 for under 20 boys final. Trinidad and Tobago have been very good in the middle and long distance events at these Carifta games, especially in the under 17 category. But they would love to retain this title. As you pointed out, Waldron has won it for the last 2 competitions, and they would love if they could have it for a third.
Roy Benson of Jamaica also won it 2 times in a row back in 2018 and 2019. And after the break from the COVID-19 pandemic, Curtis Mitchell of the Bahamas took the title back in 2022.
That was a great race in Kingston. Curtis Mitchell just too strong on the night, denying the homeboy to win the title. The crowd will love this, but Darius Harding now has company with the Guyanese joining him. Timothy Smith. Guyana, they also have Court Anthony in this final. Anthony just moving into 4th position. Still Harding with the advantage in the 5,000 final. They are drawing closer together now. Aruba's Wendell Bade, I think, has moved into 3rd.
Well, that's how they come into the lap, the end of the lap. It's Harding in front, Smith of Ghana in 2nd, and Bade in 3rd. And the other gentleman out of Ghana, he's started to drop back now.
Bade won under 17 3,000 silver last year behind the outstanding Dimitri Myers of Belize. We haven't seen Myers at these Carifta games. He was sensational in the Bahamas in 2023. But it's Darius Harding who still leads this 5,000 final. Remember, 2 Barbadians in the final. And they are stepping into prominence as well. So too is the 2nd Trinidad and Tobago athlete in the lineup, Isaiah Alder. Alder has moved into 5th position. I think it's McIntyre who finds himself in 4th. McIntyre, a 5th place finisher in the under 17 3,000 meter final last year. So many of the competitors in this field were prominent at the under 17 category a year ago. 7 of them breaking away from the rest of the field with 7 laps to go in the 5,000 under 20 final for boys.
But they have started to separate themselves from the field now, the rest of the field losing touch. So that's how they've gone along in the last lap or so. Harding of Trinidad and Tobago, he's gone out, he's dictating the pace. Smith of Guyana in 2nd, Bade of Aruba in 3rd place. And out of Barbados, McIntyre is out there in 4th, and Alder hanging tough. Well, he started to move up now. Alder has dropped back.
Bade looks very comfortable, tucked it on the inside in 3rd position. The Guyanese getting right back up there as well. Timothy Smith to challenge Harding. Still in that comfortable zone, comfortable portion of the race. where they're just holding their own, no one really looking to make a significant move. They all feel it will be competitive. No one really wants to step up the pace. The very best in the world at the highest level can pick up the pace, slow it back down, make it difficult for those behind them. It's a lot easier in distance running when you're able to go at one tempo for long periods of time, but if you disrupt that tempo, it can make a significant difference. And the best in the world are experts at it. Still Darius Harding of Trinidad and Tobago, who leads the 5,000 final for under 20 boys. In second position from Guyana, Timothy Smith. Then in third position for Aruba, Wendell Pade. Luke McIntyre for Barbados in the mix as well, as is the second Trinbagonian, Isaiah Alder. Fred Armstrong for Barbados. And the second Aruban also in the mix as well, Kristen Janssen. 7 of them now breaking even further away from the rest of the field, and they're coming up to 2,000 meters to run. That's 5 laps of the Hazley Crawford Stadium track.
The last 2 laps, they've stayed exactly in this formation, so no one wants to break that mold just yet. The status quo has stayed as it is, but you just get the feeling that McIntyre might be considering a move here. He's just edging out of that 4th place position, looking for a little bit of an angle here on Bade to move forward.
Yeah, the pace quickens ever so slightly from Harding of Trinidad and Tobago. Pade still looks comfortable. The discus final for under 17 boys deep in the 5th round. Caden Kemp of the Bahamas in 3rd position. As we continue to watch this 5,000 final, here is Kemp, his 5th round effort coming up. .47.63, his best mark. That came in round number 2. Kemp gets the white flag there. Now we await the distance for the boy who is in the bronze medal position. There he is. Caden Kemp of the Bahamas. Another look at it. From back to front. Here's the Jamaican in 2nd position. Brandon Lawrence, he's in the silver medal position for Jamaica at 49.00 meters. 40.87 was the mark for Bade. Lawrence was a bronze medalist in the shot put, and he gets another solid effort. Will be rejoining the 5,000 shortly. That's at an interesting stage. That's a foul for the Jamaican. We'll have a look at the leader before we head back to the 5,000 final. There are 3 laps to go in that one. This is the final evening of the Carifta Games here from Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. He set a record 18.90 in the shot put. First on the 17 boy in the history of the Carifta Games to go over 60 meters in the discus, 60.87. Can he go even better in the 5th round? Kamari Kennedy enters the circle. We'll show you the final 2 laps of the 5,000 final for sure. That one is setting up nicely. Here is Kennedy. Locked in concentration. Lets the implement fly. That's another big effort. I'm not sure if it's as good as his 60-87, but it's pretty close. Gets the white flag. We'll get you the mark in short order as we get ready to head back to the 5,000 final for under 20 boys. Kamari Kennedy in sensational form in Port of Spain. McIntyre from Barbados has stepped forward to join the Trinbagonian. Darius Harding has led all the way. Bade of Aruba is in third. Finn Armstrong of Barbados is in fourth. The two Barbadian triathletes are in fabulous positions here. Janssen, the second Aruba athlete, is also right up there. He's in fifth position. And in sixth position from Guyana, Timothy Smith, who has flirted with the lead a couple of times in this race. But now he looks as if he is suffering. And the 7 that we left you with are now down to 5.
In the last couple of laps, Isaiah Alder started to drop off the back. He's now completely off the pace. Smith made a move to get past Harding as we see another move here. This time it is McIntyre that has gone to the front.
Luke McIntyre of Barbados leads the 5,000 final. How decisive is this move? No one has gone with him. And he's opened up a 7-meter advantage as they hit the bell. Barbados got their first medal, their first gold medal in the 200 meters for under 20 boys. And they may well be heading to their second right here. Wendell Bade of Aruba goes in chase. So to his teammate, Christian Janssen. But McIntyre is pouring it on down the back straight away. Last year's under-17 silver medalist is going after him. The Arubans are coming. The Barbadian has 200 meters to go. I told you Bade looked really comfortable throughout this race, and now he goes to the front. McIntyre slips back into third. This is an Aruban battle. Wendell Bade leads Janssen. Bade has a look around, calls his teammate, but ensures he stays 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 meters ahead. Wendell Bade, last year's under-17 silver medalist, strikes gold in the 5,000 under-20. And it's a fabulous 1-2 finish for the Arubans. McIntyre's brave move with just over 400 meters to go pays off with a bronze medal. But it's Aruba's 5,000. They go 1-2.
Armstrong finishes in 4th place. Smith comes in 5th. And look at the celebration between the two Antiguans. Well, Harding, who was actually leading at one point, when he got to the 200-meter mark, he just stopped running. He resumed his run, but I think he's just gotten across the line, has he? It looks like, I'm not sure if he's finished the race.
He set the pace, and the others just sat comfortably behind him. Let him do all the work. It is so difficult to front run in these 5,000 races, especially when you have so many individuals still staying with you, and he couldn't shrug the rest of the field. Wendell Bade, I thought, looked the most comfortable all the way through, and he didn't even panic when the Barbadian made that big move with 420 meters to go.
Well, when the field finished, they had actually lapped 6 of the other competitors. That's how dominant they were in this race.
Wendell Bade secures the title, and he takes his teammate with him, Christian Janssen. Gold and silver for Aruba. Bronze for Barbados. Just the 4x4s to come on the track. We still have the under-17 boys discus throw to complete. There's the under-20 boys triple jump as well. That we'll try to get an update from. Golden moment for Aruba.
Yes, Loris Innocent of French Guiana, last man to come across the line. And he's getting a huge crowd roar here as he gets across. Crosses himself, gets across there in just about 18:35.
Trinidad and Tobago's Darius Harding took the lead in similar fashion to Tafari Waldron, who won the last two editions for Trinidad and Tobago, wearing that white hat, filling out the gear, red, white and black. Led for most of the way, set the pace. The others sat behind him, changed positions at different points of the race, but the one position that didn't change for most of it was the man in the lead. But when it mattered most, he couldn't hold on, and those he had set the pace for became the real pace setters.
McIntyre was the man to make the move. He went first. Just as they got into that final lap, McIntyre went for it, but he just could not hold off the two Arubans. Bade and Jansen came up. At this point in the race, he's still leading by a lot. He's still leading, and he led for the majority of the laps in this one. This is still very much early in the race here, where the top seven had not separated themselves. In that top seven pack, Harding, Smith, Bade, McIntyre, Alder, Armstrong, and Jansen, they would have been the ones to get themselves loose of the pack.
The final event in the heptathlon, the 200 meters, coming up shortly. Another golden moment coming up for Trinidad and Tobago. Tanique Vincent, as Bade celebrates his victory in the 5,000 and a 1-2 finish for Aruba.
Yeah, very good finish indeed for Bade.
Correction, the heptathlon girls 800 meters. They finished day one with the 200 meters. Oh gosh, I'm loving it so much. I want to go back to Sunday.
I know you want to go back to that 200, but right now we have to go back to the discus.
Brandon Lawrence in the silver medal position, the Jamaican. This is his sixth and a final attempt. His best effort, 49.00 meters. Fouled in round 5, and his round 6 effort is another foul, but he ends with his second medal at these Carifta Games, having taken bronze in the shot put. He now wins silver in the discus throw.
Rye smile at his pace. I think the front foot just getting outside of the circle. And this man, what a special talent he is.
Really a special talent, Kamari Kennedy. Terrific throwing at these Carifta Games, 18.90. A record in the shot put. And he becomes the first under-17 athlete to go over 60 meters in the discus throw with 60.87 meters. And his final effort is coming up right here. .59.00 in round number 5. Kamari Kennedy for the final time at Carifta 52. That one is pretty massive, but it did hit. I thought it hit the cage, to be honest. Does get the white flag. It's just over 50 meters. It is not as good as his 60.87. That wraps up a terrific competition for him. It wraps up a terrific Carifta Games for him. He completes the shot put, discus double, and he does it in record style. Terrific performances from this young Jamaican.
you'd never know that he's won 2 gold medals and broken 2 records there. But here's confirmation of it. Kamari Kennedy, 60.87 meters for the gold medal. Brandon Lawrence, 49.00 meters flat, 49 flat. And Caden Kemp of the Bahamas, 47.63. Jaden Walcott just finishing outside of the medals.
Let's head to Donald Oliver.
Thanks very much, Ricardo. I'm here with the Aruban young men who clocked, who finished first and second in the boys 5,000 meters. To my left, the winner, of course, Wendell Baida, and finishing in second position, Christian Janssen. It was a wonderful race, I felt. How did it feel out there for you?
Well, yeah, it was hard, but I trained hard for this, so I know I could have run it, just hold the pace. And yeah, just execute a plan and felt good last 400. I let the guy go a little bit. And I saw him last like 250. I just go for it and just keep pushing till the end, you know.
You must have been really pleased with the silver medal.
Yeah, I just did the same as Randall. Just sit, and then last 400 I kicked, and then yeah, I came. That was good enough for a second.
I'm sure the entire Aruba is proud of you. Congrats again, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Back to you, Ricardo.
Thank you very much, Donald. The Heptathlon girls 800 meters coming up now, the final event. There are the competitors. Aisha McMaster of the British Virgin Islands. She's in lane 9 in 5th overall with 3,762 points. The defending champion, Clementine Carias, is in 2nd position with 4,084 points. There she is, the defending champion. She's had a fabulous second day, and that has brought her from 4th to 2nd. But Tanique Vincent of Trinidad and Tobago with 4,546 points is the clear leader. And it would take something beyond the special to deny her the gold medal. Her twin brother, Tariq Vincent, won the decathlon last night. There's a Jamaican, Kayla MacDonald. She's in 4th overall with 3,951 points. You saw the Bahamian, Alia Evans. She's in the bronze medal position with 3,978 points. There is MacDonald. But there's your leader, Tanique Vincent of Trinidad and Tobago. A stellar 2 days of competition. And she is about to deliver another gold medal for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, she would certainly love to, in front of her crowd, home crowd.
Off they go. Down the back stretch they go. Kayla MacDonald of Jamaica in 4th position coming into this. $3,951 points, and she takes the lead ahead of the Bahamian Alia Evans, who is in the bronze medal position. And Evans knows that she just needs to stay close to the Jamaican. MacDonald 3,951 points. Evans 3,978 points. So it's a 26 points difference between 3rd and 4th. And MacDonald, who is 4th, is leading the race. Evans is close enough to ensure that she holds on to the bronze medal. Carias, who is in silver medal position, the defending champion, has defended stoutly, but she has been well beaten by Vincent, who has paid her dues in this event. Down the back straight away they go. MacDonald is fighting. Evans of the Bahamas responds. She knows she just needs to stay close. This is smart racing. Carias, who is in the silver medal position, is also staying close. She knows she will maintain that spot once she's able to do that. McDonald inches away again. She knows she has to go further clear. The real battle here is for the bronze medal. Carias, who is in third, is surely going to get the silver. McDonald of Jamaica is in fourth position overall. She knows she needs about 5 or 6 seconds on the Bahamian, but the Bahamian has tracked her well. McDonald kicks again, and Evans responds. Oh, what a finish! McDonald has the lead, and Evans closes all the time. McDonald will win the 800 meters, but Evans, I'm sure, will hold on to the bronze medal. Carias, last year's champion, comes across the line. She will be this year's silver medalist. Antonique Vincent, a night after her twin brother Tariq Vincent secured the decathlon title, she is the heptathlon champion.
What an achievement. The twins winning gold medals on separate nights. Well, that's going to be a wonderful day, a day of celebration for the Vincent family.
Another sensational finish. Kayla McDonald gave it everything she had, but I suspect she'll be on the outside looking in. Jamaica Chavez Penn has completed the high jump, triple jump double in the under 20 division, 16.14 to take the triple jump title. We'll get you confirmation of all the medalists in short order. Just the 4x400s to come now. We're almost there, video.
Well, it certainly has been a lot of fun, and this race, entertaining one all the way down to the end. McDonald knew what she had to do. Also, Aaliyah Evans of Bahamas trying to hang in with her there, and the Carias of Guadeloupe. She knew that it was going to be difficult for her to hold on to her title, but she would have been able to get that silver medal. And here coming into the straight now, those are the top three. McDonald racing for all she's worth, but well tracked by Evans, who closed on her. Carias well beaten in third. Good finish. Tumbling across the line, Evans. She gave everything out there. And Carias coming across in third. Tiap White coming across in fourth in this race. Here's confirmation of the girls' 800-meter dash open and the heptathlon. McDonald in top spot, 2 minutes 33.46. Aaliyah Evans of Bahamas, 2 minutes 33.72. And Clementine Carias of Guadeloupe, 2 minutes 36.23. Taylor of Barbados in fourth. Camacho of St. Martin in fifth place. And there's Carias enjoying the moment. We'll take a break. We'll be back with more entertainment from the Carifta Games 2025.
here's the Crawford Stadium for the final stretch of the 2025 Carifta Games in track and field. The 4x400 relays to close the show, starting with the under-17 girls final. All the field events are done, and this is what we have left. The closing ceremony to follow, including the announcement of the Austin Seeley Award winner, which I'm sure for another year will be a very, very difficult task to decide.
Event 332 is the first of the relays, girls 4x400 meter relay under 17. And the athletes from Grenada making their way to their positions. And Lisa Brown to the left of your picture. Grenada will be in lane number 8. There is the Bahamas team, led by Kisra Thomas, medalist here at the Carifta Games, and she's looking for another one. She's already won 1 medal for the day. And the athletes are greeted on the park by the first time we've had a drizzle during these 3 days.
Wow.
I don't know about what you all say in Jamaica, but when rain falls, they say you're getting a little bit of a blessing. But for sprinters, the wetness might be a little bit of a curse.
Showers of blessing, they say.
Blessings for everyone else, a curse perhaps for sprinters. It could change the way that some of these young sprinters approach this race. Let's go across to Donald. He has another interview lined up for us.
Jamaica did a 1-2 in the boys discus under 17, and it was a record for Kamari Kennedy again, who did 60.87 meters. And coming in second position, Brandon Lawrence, his teammate. We meet again. Another brilliant performance. Talk to me about what it was like out there throwing that distance. Not quite your PB, but still a long way.
Well, I'm happy of how I performed today, but I still wanted more.
Yeah? What was the number that you were looking at?
I don't like to speak.
All right, Brandon, talk to me about the silver medal. How did you feel getting that silver for Jamaica?
I feel grateful. I have to thank God for giving me the silver medal. I thank my family for their support day in and day out. I thank my coach, and I also thank my assistant coach, Mr. Chantalou.
All right, guys, all the best. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, sir.
Back to you, Ricardo.
Well, I won't be on that for sure. As we get ready for the 4x400 final for under 17 girls. 3:34.43, the record set in 2023 by Jamaica. Grenada will go in lane number 8, St. Lucia in 7, Bahamas in 6, Jamaica 5, Trinidad and Tobago 4, Guyana 3, and Barbados in lane 2. As we await the start of that final. Three. There's the lineup: Barbados, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Bahamas, St. Lucia, and Grenada. Trinidad and Tobago will go in lane number 4. Kaya Hyson on the opening leg. Eden Chiwa on second. Darlena Rouse on third, with Cheyenne Lewis, the 800 bronze medalist, taking them home.
Pretty good team here for Trinidad and Tobago. All of these runners have been consistent throughout the games. Can they deliver the promise into a medal for TNT?
Barbados in lane number 2. Limia London, Shanicia Bryan, Savannah Thorne, and Crystal Bentham.
On your mark.
Final of the under-17 girls 4x4. Final race in the under-17 category on the girls' side. We are down the stretch, the first of the last 4 races.
Hey.
Off they go. Barbados, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Bahamas, St. Lucia, and Grenada. Jamaica with Shamika McLean on the opening leg. Came to the Carifta Games as the second fastest in the under-17 girls 400 meters. She shockingly finished outside of the medals, but she is running a sterling opening leg here for the Jamaicans. Samir Crowley also doing well for Bahamas. Jamaica ahead of Bahamas, with Trinidad and Tobago back in third with Hyson. But Shamika McLean has delivered a devastating opening leg to give the Jamaicans a convincing advantage. Can the Bahamians pull this back? They have the 400 silver medalist on this second leg. She has to make a big move for the Bahamians. There are 2 800 runners on the Jamaica team, and the first one is here, Kevin Gay Fowler. Chiwa in the mix for Trinidad and Tobago as well. She's in third. It's Jamaica, Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago. Kiesra Thomas. 3 silver medals in the last 2 games across 200 and 400 meters. And she's about to give the Bahamas the lead heading into the third leg. Thomas does what she needed to, and Bahamas are in front ahead of Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. What a final. Another 800 runner on this leg for Jamaica. They have the 800 champion, Ali K. Reynolds. Brian Ward, the 100 bronze medalist, is running for the Bahamas. She also finished 4th in the 400 meters, in the 200 meters. But Ali K. Reynolds is opening the gap. This is a terrific leg from the 800 champion. Ward, the sprinter, left well back. Trinidad and Tobago still in the bronze medal position. Ali K. Reynolds runs a fantastic leg for Jamaica. She's gone 10-12 meters clear, and the final change is effected. The Jamaicans are in control. They have Tracy and Evans, who was in the 400 final, and it will take something special for the Bahamian Danica Gittins to get anywhere close to her. The Jamaicans are 30 meters clear, and Trinidad and Tobago are closing in on the Bahamas. Cheyenne Lewis, the 800 bronze medalist, has flown by the Bahamians. Oh, what a titanic battle for silver. Tracy and Evans transitions down the stretch with the lead for Jamaica. Port of Spain is erupting because of the battle for silver. The Jamaicans are safe. The Bahamians move into second position. Cheyenne Lewis has given it everything she has, but she's run out of steam. It's Jamaica's gold. 3:38.05. Bahamas finish in second, and Trinidad and Tobago after a terrific attempt. She says, I want to hear you now. 3:39.39 for Jamaica. They start the 4x4 relays with a victory. Another gold medal for the black, green and gold.
Well, Jamaica won gold medals in the last 5 Carifta games that this particular event was staged, and that's 6 in a row now. This time they fell a bit short of the record, but big win for Jamaica. Bahamas, what a titanic battle. They were put into second place, into first place after that second change, but they just couldn't hold on to it. Jamaica regaining the league, and Trinidad and Tobago were always third, but a good effort to stay ahead of Barbados to sew up these bronze medals. Trinidad and Tobago getting the bronze medal, and great performance from the young ladies, just as they did last year.
There are 2 400 runners and there are 2 800 medalists delivering a stunning performance, and they celebrate once again. Engagement with the crowd like we've never seen before at the Carifta Games.
Well, here's how it unfolded. Highlights here of the first lap. Run, of course, in the lanes. Jamaica already getting the beat on Bahamas and taking to the front. And this was the first change. Jamaica getting the change first. Bahamas second. Keisra Thomas, 2 silver medals across the other games. Well, in line for another one here. She really took the fight to Jamaica in this second leg, and look at how far behind she was, and was able to convert that deficit into that lead. However, it was on this third leg that Jamaica regained control, and they would never relinquish it. That was the point that of no return for the rest of the teams. Jamaica taking the lead on this third leg. Bahamas in second place, and Trinidad and Tobago in third place. When you think of where Trinidad and Tobago eventually finished, on this third lap, things changed dramatically within second and third. Jamaica were off to get their 6th medal in a row in the girls under 17 4x400 meters, but there was a big tussle going on just behind the Jamaican athlete. Coming in here for the win, and Trinidad and Tobago, Cheyenne Lewis fighting all the way to the end, but Bahamas just too strong, opening up a little bit of a lead. That's a massive win for Jamaica, hugely impressive by the Jamaica girls 4x400 meter relay team. Bahamas in second place. Their impressive run in this competition continues, and Trinidad and Tobago in third. There are the times. Jamaica 3 minutes 39.39 seconds for the gold medal. Bahamas 3 minutes 45.27 for silver, and Trinidad and Tobago 3:47.25. Barbados fourth, Grenada fifth, St. Lucia sixth, and Guyana in 7th place. And still the celebrations continue in front of the grandstand, and the young athletes certainly enjoying themselves, and the crowd has followed up their performances with a raucous celebration of all the athletes. Yeah, I have it from the site. Yeah, it includes.
Three races to come on the final evening of the Carifta Games 2025 from Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. The 4x400 for under 17 boys, that one promises to be an absolute cracker. A battle of Bahamas versus Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago again. But I suspect this one could be even closer than what we saw on the girls' side. The Bahamians, I think though, will start favorites.
Boys under 17, 4x400 meter. Here are the Jamaicans. 5 straight wins since 2018. So they would start as the favorites. Jamaica, Jaden Campbell, Rashane Richards, Ishani Porter, and Dwayne Sharp. Barbados in lane number 6, Zachary Wall, Aidan Moore, Jacoby Brown-Smith, and Jakey Brewster. And the home team, Trinidad and Tobago. Cordell Lewis opening up, Christopher Sammy in the second leg, Corday Lewis and Brian Scott in doing the anchor leg. The Lewis twins will celebrate their 16th birthday tomorrow, and how they'd love to finish it off with one. Bermuda in lane number 8, and let's throw it over to Donald, who has an interview.
So we're here with the winners of the 4x4 under 17 girls. They were dominant, especially on the last couple of legs. But talk to me, what does this gold medal mean to you?
Well, it feels good, because although I didn't get a medal in my flat 4, but I still come and said, you know what, did a medal in the flat 4, I can't go back to Jamaica without a medal on my neck, because I want to hear that ding ding, or my neck kind of feel good about it. And I have to big up my country, thanks for the support. Big up my coach, of course, Mr. Anderson, even though he's not here, but I know he's proud of me and watching me from far. And I have to big up my parents, of course, Angela and Troy, my siblings, loved ones, everybody. Even if I don't call a name, but that is it. Thank you.
Ricardo, back to you.
The teams making their way around for the under 17 boys 4x400 final. As I suspected, Christopher Sammy would come in on the Trinidad and Tobago team. But I asked the question because just watching him in the 1500 and the 3000, I thought he could be an asset to that team, and the coaches clearly think so as well.
Yeah, they certainly do agree with you. And Brian Scott, one of the stars of the Trinidad and Tobago team at these Carifta Games, he's also out there. And the Lewis boys, how they'd love to sign off with a good birthday present for tomorrow.
Very much the case. The Jamaican team, just as they were in qualifying, Jaden Campbell, Rashane Richards, Eshani Porter, and Dwayne Sharp, figured there wasn't anyone else in the Jamaican camp who could make their qualifying team better. I suspected, though, that they were only doing enough in qualifying and will go a lot faster tonight. But I make the Bahamians the favorite for this one with Jonathan Higgs. He was in the 400 hurdles final. Shakaria Wilson, the 400 hurdles and 110 hurdles winner. Jaira Woodside and Egan Neely. The only downside for this Bahamian team, if there is any, is that at least 3 of their athletes have run so much these championships. They have all essentially doubled, and a few of them involved in the 4x100 as well. Donald Oliver.
I'm here with the winner of the heptathlon, Tinique Vincent from Trinidad and Tobago, and they're keeping it in the family because their brother would have won the decathlon just last night. Wonderful feeling. I'm sure it's a wonderful family affair to now cop gold with your brother. Oh, what was the competition like for you though?
I came out strong. I thought that I would have come second because of the last 800 I did, but I came out first, and the competition was high. I can't lie, but I came out confident and positive that I would win this gold medal alongside with my brother Tyreek.
And you had a lot of support in the stands as well, pushing you.
Yes.
How did that push you? How did that fuel you?
Well, I like the rhythm section, but I don't think it's from Trinidad and Tobago. But I fuel the energy from the rhythm section. Music also always calms me down, so I thank you for whoever rhythm section that is. The cheers from my TTO fans. I'm very happy that you guys supported me throughout this 2-day period. I'm very happy that you guys were here. Thank you.
Congrats again.
Thank you.
Back to you, Ricardo.
4x400 final for under 17 boys. 3:14.52 the record set by Jamaica. St. Kitts and Nevis, Guyana, Grenada, Jamaica, Bahamas, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and Bermuda. Final under 17 race on the boys' side. Daquan Farrell will run the opening leg like he did in qualifying for the Guyana team. He's getting into the rhythm. There'll be a lot of dancing tonight, I can tell you. Can't wait for the closing ceremony.
You will be up here with us, wouldn't you?
What exactly are you asking me?
I was wondering how closely you'd want to be involved in the closing ceremony.
Believe me, I am as good at dancing as you are at stretching.
That doesn't give me much hope.
Hope springs eternal for these teams in the 4x400 final for under 17 boys. St. Kitts and Nevis, Guyana, Grenada, Jamaica, Bahamas, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and Bermuda. 3:14.52 the record set in 2012 by Jamaica. That team, Ivan Henry, Akeen Williams, Michael O'Hara, and Devon Baker. There are some big names on this opening leg. Jonathan Hicks of the Bahamas was in the 400 and 400 hurdles final. Jalen Campbell of Jamaica won silver in the 400 hurdles. And the 400 bronze medalist Zachary Wall is running the opening leg for Barbados. He gave them a fantastic start in qualifying. Can he produce a repeat tonight in this final? Wall is going really well for Barbados out in lane number 6. He's already covered Cordell Lewis of Trinidad and Tobago on his outside. Zachary Wall pouring it on down the home stretch. Jamaica well back. Here's the first change. Oh, that's close. Jamaica, Bahamas, Barbados, and Trinidad and Tobago. 4 of them across the track. Second leg. Rashane Richards goes to the front for Jamaica. For the Bahamians, Jakaria Wilson, the 400 hurdles and 110 hurdles champion. Now he goes after Richards, who was in the 400 flat final. The hurdler makes a move and Richards tries to respond and hold him off. Jamaica and Bahamas again. Remember, the Bahamians have Ethan Egan Neely on the anchor leg. So the Jamaicans must lead going into that leg. Here is the second change. It is the Bahamians in front with Barbados still in third and Trinidad and Tobago in fourth position. What a race we have. The Bahamians have opened up a 5 or 6 meter lead. It's Josh Woodside. Jamaica with Eshani Porter. If the Bahamians lead going into the final leg, you can count the gold medal safe. And they have a 5 meter advantage. Porter is fighting back for the Jamaicans, but it's Bahamas' lead, and they're holding strong. Bahamas ahead of Jamaica with Egan Neely waiting on anchor, and he gets the baton. It is the 400 champion up against the 400 silver medalist. Neely of the Bahamas, Dwayne Sharp of Jamaica. Sharp presses the champion. Flies by him down the back straight away. How does Neely respond to this? Barbados still in bronze medal position. Trinidad and Tobago in fourth. They are 10-15 meters back. 120 meters to go. Dwayne Sharp leads for Jamaica, but Egan Neely is coming again for the Bahamas. Sharp is holding strong on the inside. Egan Neely already has 3 gold medals, and he will make it 4. It's Bahamas' gold. 3:12.09 on the clock. That is a new Carifta Games record if it holds. Neely with a fabulous anchor leg. The Jamaican tested him, but the Bahamian team just too strong, and they have the record in the under-17 boys 4x4.
Neely has just sealed his immortality in these games with his 4th gold medal. Look at that championship record for the Bahamas, 3 minutes 12.72.
Really great effort on the anchor leg by the Jamaican Dwayne Sharp, but they have to settle for silver, 3:13.28. They go under the previous record as well. There are some days when you have to admit you have been beaten by a better team, and that was one of them. What a performance from Barbados, 3:15.95. Zachary Wall was a beast on the opening leg. The 400 bronze medalist. I wondered about it in qualifying, putting him on the first leg, but it certainly put them in a fabulous position early. And although Trinidad and Tobago chased all the way, they could not get back to the Barbadians. Jamaica in second, Barbados third, the champions, Bahamas.
This was the end of the first leg. Lewis receiving and heading out there. Trinidad and Tobago were in third place at that point. Barbados fought back, started to take the lead, and at the end of the second changeover, well, it was Bahamas that took over the lead, a slight lead from Jamaica, and Barbados started to open up a lead on Trinidad and Tobago. Third leg proved also to be pivotal. Bahamas still opening up the lead here, and you would have predicted, Ricardo, that they would have wanted Jamaica to have a lead going into that final leg. It didn't happen.
They needed the lead going into the final leg because Sharp behind Neely, Bahamas' favor.
Sharp laid down a marker early, went round Neely to take the lead.
Smart relay running from Dwayne Sharp, going by Neely, trying to put him under some pressure. Makes no sense sitting behind him all the way. You won't outrun him down the stretch. Go ahead of him, see if he'll panic, but Neely is so good. No panic for him. He flies away to secure his 4th gold medal. 4x100 and 4x400 relay goals, and 200, 400 gold medals as well.
That finishing speed of Neely has been a feature of these games. Has he now sewn up this Austin Seeley Award with that win?
3 minutes 12.72 for the Bahamas, 3 minutes 13.28 for Jamaica, 3 minutes 15.95 for Barbados. He's certainly in the conversation, Egan Neely, no doubt about it, with his performances at these games, his relay legs, plus his 200, 400 exploits. Two races to come.
Proud quartet of Bahamian runners, Neely on the outside. Wonderful celebration from them, and I think everyone here in the stadium has recognized they've seen some special talents here. Neely certainly has really lit up these games.
I've been impressed for sure. JD Manuel of St. Lucia as well, superb in the under 17 category of the sprints. On the 20 girls, 4x400 Martinique with Alexia Renel, Estelle Gentili, Pronzola and Rotin. Barbados, Ashlyn Simmons, Kadia Rock, Anaya Nurse and Ariel Archer. Trinidad and Tobago, Sierra Joseph, Jenna Marie Thomas, Soleil Frederick and Kayla Charles. Guyana, Narissa McPherson, Atoya Harvey, Keandra Fraser and Jennifer Bias. They don't have the 400 champion Tiana Springer. That will significantly hurt their chance of a medal. Jamaica, Abrina Wright, Anastasia Hall, Jovi Rose and Shanoya Douglas. She too going for 4 gold medals, Shanoya Douglas. Bahamas, K. Marie Hanna, Makaya Hitchman, Akari Roberts and Darvinique Dean, with Grenada, Shavonia Houston, Shantae Augustine, Amaya Samuel and Zania Belfon. I make the Jamaicans heavy favorites in this one. Could be a massive battle for silver and bronze. Let's head to Donald Oliver.
Well, he's been up here so many times, right? So I suppose that he wants the mic for himself. Egan Neely, 4 gold medals. You said that you were going to return, and you did, with the Carifta record in the 4x4. It's sensational from you.
Yes, it is very sensational. I wanted to thank God. I want to thank all my lovely teammates for helping us do it. I want to thank all the Bahamian people supporting us in the stands. I want to thank everybody. And we brought back the gold for the Bahamas as well as a new Carifta championship record.
I'm sure the entire Bahamas is proud of you, and so are we. Congratulations once again, gentlemen. Ricardo?
I'm pretty sure Donald won't have a job at the end of this.
Yeah, the youngsters, not only their performances on the track, they've been impressive, but on the microphone, they've been exceptional.
I think it's the most personality I've seen at the Carifta Games. And that feeds into the engagement with the crowd as well, from so many of the athletes.
And the number of athletes we've seen going into broadcasting after Ato Bolden here from Trinidad and Tobago, one of the best in the world. You can see many of these youngsters having careers in broadcasting after their athletic careers finish.
Oh, Tenny Vincent is doing a somersault. The Trinidad and Tobago team, that's off your shot. Her brother did it last night. Her twin brother after he won the decathlon. And off your shot just now, she just delivered one for the crowd, having won the heptathlon.
Well, anything he can do, she can do it better, she says.
Talk about personality.
Yeah, they train together. In fact, her brother helps her a lot with some of the jumping events. And so there's no rivalry at all between them. It's total support between the brother and sister. The twin, one of 3 sets of twins on this Trinidad and Tobago team.
Under 20 girls 4x400 final coming up. It really is a long walk from where they enter the stadium to the start area for the 4x400. I wonder if it wouldn't have been a shorter walk just coming down the straight. It would have been. That's just 150 meters.
There's David Michael Rudder in front there, the famous Calypsonian from Trinidad and Tobago. Peter Samuel, who competed in swimming, is also a multiple King of Carnival here in Trinidad and Tobago. Peter is brushing off his hat. I think there's some dust on his hat. He's getting rid of it.
Once you don't tell me I'll have to wear it, it's all good. 3 minutes 31.47, the Carifta record set in 2011 by Jamaica. Team of Genevieve Russell, Samoya Campbell, Kristen Gordon. Martinique, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Jamaica, Bahamas, and Grenada. Two 4x400 relays. Jamaica 1, Bahamas 1. 2 more to go. The Jamaicans heavily favored here. In the boys 4x4, maybe the Jamaicans slight favorites. The Jamaicans won't have Marcinia Rose in their team. Stopped after 200 meters in the flat 400 final. Taj Marquez White, who will be on the Jamaica team, said he thought he heard a second gun. Stopped, said something to his teammate who initially stopped, then tried to keep running and gave up after 200 meters when he realized he was out of medal contention and it was in vain. So, no Rose in the final, but Marquez White will be there. The Bahamians going in lane number 7. Grenada in 8, Bahamas in 7, Jamaica in 6, Guyana in 5. No Tiana Springer, remember. There are the Barbadians. They go in lane number 3 with Ashlyn Simmons on the opening leg. Sierra Joseph leading off. Off they go. Final of the 4x400 for under 20 girls. Abrina Wright leading the Jamaicans off. Houston going fast on the outside for Grenada. Trinidad and Tobago going steadily. They have Sierra Joseph on the opening leg. The Jamaicans starting to take charge though through Abrina Wright. Into the straightaway they come. Right of Jamaica. Houston on the outside for Grenada, still going well. The Bahamians with Kate Marie Hanna, but the Jamaicans with a commanding advantage already as Abrina Wright hands over to Anastasia Hall. Down the back stretch they go. It's Jamaica, well clear of the Bahamas and Trinidad and Tobago. Told you there would be an almighty battle for the silver medal and bronze medal, with Barbados moving through in 4th position. They have Kadia Rock, the 400 bronze medalist. And Rock needs to make a significant move for the Barbadians. Anastasia Hall still leading for Jamaica. Makaya Hitchman in 2nd for Bahamas. Kadia Rock, the 400 bronze medalist, makes the expected move for Barbados. The Jamaicans are so far clear. Barbados in 2nd, Bahamas in 3rd, Trinidad and Tobago in 4th. Trinidad and Tobago now have Soleil Frederick, the 200 silver medalist, on this leg. The Barbadians are going away from the others. And Naya Nurse running a fabulous leg. But it's still Jamaica with the lead. Look at the Barbadians close. This is sensational. Jamaica and Barbados in the 4x4. Down the stretch they come. It is Jamaica still. Jovi Rose, the 800, 1500 runner, shrugs off the challenge of Anaya Nurse. What a terrific leg for the Barbadians. And now Shania Douglas of Jamaica chases 4 gold medals like Egan Neely of the Bahamas. Down the back straight away they go. On anchor for Barbados, Ariel Archer. Trinidad and Tobago in the bronze medal position. Off your shot. Bahamas in 4th. That's where the battle for bronze is. The Barbadians will surely have a medal. Will it be gold or silver? Shania Douglas is a fabulous 400 runner, but she's focused on the 100, 200 this season. She has the lead. The Barbadians closing. But it's Jamaica who will hold on to win the under 20 4x400 title. Douglas anchors them, completes the quadruple 100, 200, 4x1, 4x4, and the Bahamians get ahead of Trinidad and Tobago to take the bronze.
Grenada coming in for 5th place, and Martinique will just get across the line to finish in 6th. But look at that, the effort. They put in everything here, Jamaica, to win in 3 minutes 37.75 seconds.
Shania Douglas gets 4 gold medals here. Last year, I think she had 3, 200 4x1 and 4x4. Barbados, what a performance, 3:30, 9:36. Kadia Rock was superb. Was brilliant in the 400 meters behind Tiana Springer. And she delivered a fabulous leg.
Bahamas led for the first 3 legs. Trinidad and Tobago had a lead in that going into that final leg, however weren't able to hold on. Here's how the race unfolded. Even at this point, but Jamaica started to get going early in this one. As you can see at this point, starting to close the gap on the Bahamas athlete at the end of the first changeover. It was Barbados, Jamaica out in front. Barbados were getting into, Bahamas were in 2nd place. And Bahamas in 3rd.
That leg from Kadia Rock. Tremendous for Barbados. And Naya Nurse ran a sensational 3rd leg as well. Didn't make the 100 or the 200 final. And Naya Nurse in her first year at the under 20 level, but she produced a sensational leg here to close on the Jamaican Jovi Rose and move away from the rest of the field. That pretty much secured the silver medal for Barbados, even with a leg to go.
Yeah, Barbados, that was as close as they got to it, finishing in second. Trinidad and Tobago were third at this point. But as the race unfolded, there's the battle going on at the back of the field. Bahamas just taking over control of that bronze medal spot. But at the front, Jamaica were always going to take this from that position. A wonderful lead going into that final leg. Barbados, a great run from their team to finish in second place.
Double silver for Kadia Rock. Behind Tiana Springer in the under-20 girls 400 meters. And a stunning second leg to put her team in a very good position. Jamaica with gold 337.75, Barbados silver 339.36, Bahamas bronze 341.36, Trinidad and Tobago in fourth at 342.42, Grenada, Martinique rounding out the field. Just one race to come. Under 20 boys 4x400, the final event of the 2025 Carifta Games, the 52nd edition of this prestigious event. The teams being introduced, Guyana there coming through. Barbados, they won't get to 40, but they have been brilliant. Trinidad and Tobago, the home team, they want to finish well. Can they snatch a medal here?
It's not about the talk, they're saying. It's time for action.
The Jamaican team will have Taj Marquez White on the anchor leg. They've also brought in Siobhan Jarrett, the 800 champion.
John Cena, that John Cena sign, you can't see me.
Bahamas, I think, will be their toughest test. The 400 champion, Zion Miller, will be on the anchor leg. And in lane number 8, Grenada closing out the field. What a race this one promises to be. The 4x400 final for under 20 boys. Final track event of the 52nd Carifta Games. We'll say goodbye to Port of Spain, who have been wonderful hosts. Great energy over the course of the 3 days of competition, plus the opening ceremony, so 4. Excitement, drama. Many surprises. If you were inside the stands, lots of prizes as well. We've seen some things we've never seen before. Maybe some we'll never see again. But most importantly, the young athletes of the region have once again distinguished themselves remarkably. And evening, the determination of the Austin Seeley Award winner will tell a story of how far and wide the quality of performances ranged at these Carifta Games.
There are at least 3 or 4 athletes in contention for that. Neely, of course, would be one of them. J.D. Emmanuel, Michelle Smith, and don't forget the man who's taken 2 records at this event. Kennedy also is in the mix.
Shania Douglas as well would have to be mentioned in that conversation. The 100-200 double in the under 20 girls category, plus anchoring her team to 4x100 and 4x400 glory. Like Neely, the Bahamian, I guess maybe Neely's 4x4 record might inch him ahead of Douglas, who didn't have a record in her 4. Lots of other double winners as well across the 3 days of competition. But we'll find out at the closing ceremony who the Austin Sealy Award winner is for 2025. Sinead Gans last year won the Austin Sealy Award for her record performance in the long jump. She was beaten in defense of her title by Gianna Paul. Marla Kay Lampart would be in the conversation as well, breaking a 23-year-old shot put record in the under 20 girls event, second best ever performer in the CAC region with 17:44, a mark that would have won, I think, at the last 3 World Under 20 Championships. So the depth and quality of the performances that we have seen over the last 3 days, quite amazing.
Outside of that, of course, you talk about the externals, things outside of the track. The Bahamas, they brought everything here. Not only their performances on the field, they came with a Junkanu band, and they have really contributed to the wonderful atmosphere here. They moved from the top of the stands away to the bottom.
They never disappoint. St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, Guyana, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Bahamas, and Grenada. They never disappoint, the Bahamians. Guyana will go in lane number 3 with Herbert Blair, Caden Prasad, Trevor Eastman, and Malachi Austin. They'll go through the field starting in lane number 8. Grenada with Cameron Mathlin, Quanell Pierre, Kelorn Moses, and Ian George. Bahamas in 7, Zion Davis, Aiden Kelly, Emmanuel Adams, and the 400 champion Zion Miller. In lane 6, the Jamaicans with Daniel Wright, Paul Henry, Shavon Jarrett, and Taj Marquez White. This is going to be a titanic battle. I think Taj Marquez White may well have work to do on that final leg. Trinidad and Tobago, Michaelan Woods, Deshaun Cole, Ben Israel Bannister, and the 400 bronze medalist Deshaun Lizama to take them home. Barbados will go in lane number 4 with Shamar Greenidge Lewis, Tyrell Johnson Ross, Jaden Green, the 200 champion, and Aaron Morris on anchor. St. Guyana in lane number 3, St. Kitts and Nevis, they're the Guyanese, we told you. They're going with Blair Prasad, Easton, and Austin. St. Kitts and Nevis with Stephen Bolson, Akane Samuel Francis, Jaheim Clark, and Jalen Bennett, with St. Lucia on the inside, Ryan Simeon, Josiah Dupree, Evan John, and Benique Mann. 4x400 final for under 20 boys. Final event of the 52nd Carifta Games. Clean break. What a final we have in store. What a way to end the Carifta Games. Zion Davis has gone on to a blazing start for the Bahamas. He has hurried through the first 200 meters. The rest of the field will have to respond to this. Grenada with Mathlin on the outside. Jamaica with Daniel Wright trying to come into prominence. So too Trinidad and Tobago with Michaelan Woods. But the Bahamian Zion Davis is pouring it on down the stretch. It is Bahamas who will lead ahead of Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica and Grenada. The Bahamians have Aiden Kelly on their second leg. Trinidad and Tobago well represented by Deshaun Cole. He was in the 200 final. Shows his speed over the first 200 meters here. The Jamaicans back in third with Paul Henry. Under 200 meters to go on this leg. It is Bahamas ahead of Trinidad and Tobago. Aiden Kelly for the Bahamians. Cole for Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica and Barbados battling. Great leg for the Barbadians. That's Johnson Rouse. But the Bahamas leads ahead of Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. What a final this is. Barbados in fourth. All the Bahamians, they have come for this 4x400 title. They won the boys under 17 and they're opening up a gap in the under 20. Trinidad and Tobago putting them under pressure though. Bannister. 200 meters to go on the leg. The Jamaicans have Shaman Jarrett. He's the 800 champion, but he's coming under tremendous pressure from the Barbadian Jaden Green, the 200 champion. Into the straightaway. It is Bahamas ahead of Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados and Jamaica. The Bahamians have the 400 champion. Zion Miller has a comfortable lead. Taj Marcus White is in fourth for Jamaica. He was the favorite going into the 400 meters, but he stopped, and now he needs to find something special. Lezama for Trinidad and Tobago. Taj Marcus White makes a move at the 200 mark, but it's still Miller. The Bahamians are well clear. Can Taj Marcus White pull this back? Trinidad and Tobago in third. It's Bahamas ahead of Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados in fourth. Taj Marcus White is closing, but the 400 champion has it won. The Bahamians win the 4x4 and close Carifta in the most sensational fashion. The President Jamaica Archer promised it, and they have delivered emphatically. What a performance from the Bahamas. They sweep the boys 4x4s. 3:06.18. So close to the Carifta Games record of 3:05.68. It barely survives. What a performance. 3:08.11. Trinidad and Tobago produce a stunning run as well. Lezama, the 400 bronze medalist on the anchor leg. This was all about what type of lead the Bahamians could get with Taj Marcus White of Jamaica on the anchor leg. And the Jamaicans without Marcinia Rose just couldn't stay close enough. The Bahamians were super. There was purpose about how they attacked this race. What a final. What a final. Zion Miller finishes with 3 gold medals for the Bahamas. The 400 meters ran a sensational third leg in the mixed 4x4 and returns here to anchor his team to honor 20 boys of 4x400 glory. Barbados produced a sterling effort as well, but in the final analysis they finish in 4th position. What a performance from the Bahamas. That is a stunning way to close the Carifta Games, and they have just missed the record. Half a second outside of it. But that doesn't matter. They have bragging rights. They have the gold medal. 3:06.18. Jamaica 3:07.44. Trinidad and Tobago 3 minutes 08.11. Barbados brilliant in fourth at 3 minutes 08.81. Guyana, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis and St. Lucia closing that fantastic final. Wow. What a way to finish. Wherever you are across the Caribbean, wherever you are across the world, surely you have been thoroughly entertained by 3 days of amazing competition here in Port of Spain. The region's junior athletes have once again left no doubt that they are among the best in the world. And the fans have been a treat. They have been engaged in every single stride, every single throw, every single jump. Friends and family, part of the party. Wow. Just wow. Donald Oliver, what's going on down there?
You know, Ricardo, a lot is happening down here, but we're going to speak with one of the athletes who actually took part in the 4x4, but we were just able to get him now, Jane Green of Barbados, who actually won the 200 meters for boys under 20. And it really was a fabulous run from you, getting the gold medal for Barbados.
Yes, I know that it will be our first gold medal for the games, and I just had to lead by example, you know, try to do my best.
What was it like competing at the Carifta Games this year?
It's a great atmosphere down here. This is my first time. I'm glad to be competing at the games this year.
Well, who do you have to say hello to Barbados for their support?
Yeah, thanks for all the support, everybody.
All right, back to you, Ricardo.
Thanks very much, Donald. Medal presentation for the under 20 girls long jump taking place. Rohanna Sodlo of Jamaica, the bronze medalist, 6.15 meters. Back-to-back long jump under 20 medals at the Carifta Games. The silver medal going to last year's Austin Seeley Award winner, Janae DeCans of Trinidad and Tobago. Her record is still intact, but she loses the gold medal and has to settle for silver. But it was another Trinidadian who took the gold medal and will stand atop the podium. Gianna Paul. Fantastic performance from her. Injured last year while she led the Heptathlon, seemed well on her way to gold. Returns this year and wins long jump gold. 1-2 Trinidad and Tobago. The Jamaican Sodlo in third. This final contested last night, by the way. A number of presentations to come, plus the closing ceremony. We are likely to be here for a while, so lock in. If you love presentations, if you love to see happy athletes, this is your segment. Donald Oliver.
They're absolutely pumped. The Bahamians are pumped. They've won another gold medal and they swept the boys 4x4 including this under-20 team. Zion, another gold medal. Wow.
You know, like I said, thank God, it's all God, you know. Everyone came out here, did their part. Everyone ran amazing legs. Got everyone excited to run, you know. It was kind of hard running a lot of rounds, but with God and us encouraging each other, we came out, we got the win. Just shy of the record, but a win is a win. This is what we prayed for, this is what we trained for, and now it happened.
Did you know how much it would take out of you to get 3 gold medals?
Yes, I did. That's why in training I prepared myself mentally, physically, you know, just trusting my coach, trusting myself, and just going out there knowing that I'm going to do something. I'm just going to do it.
The support of the Bahamian crowd has been magnificent, and I can see that it pushed you on several occasions.
Yeah, you know, just looking at the crowd, looking at all the people I see every day at home, you know, they just want me to make them proud and do my best, and that's what I plan to do at every round. So I just went out there, do my best, put on a show for my family, you know. It might be a small group, but we make more noise than the whole stadium. So, yeah, it's a blessing.
Congrats again, guys. Ricardo, back to you.
Zion Miller finishing with 3 gold medals, 400, 4x4 under 20 boys, and mixed 4x4. Under 17 boys octathlon medal presentation. Amari Brown significantly disappointed earlier today when he false started in the 110 hurdles under 17 final, but now he steps up to collect his octathlon gold. Was a dominant performance, won 5 of the 8 events over the course of the 2 days. His gold medal was never in doubt. Bahamas and Grenada represented on the podium. And apparently so is the mascot. The medalists in the decathlon for under 20 boys. Tariq Vincent, the winner from Trinidad and Tobago. His twin sister, Tanique Vincent, won the heptathlon earlier tonight. Guadeloupe and Grenada also represented on this podium. Matthias Serin, a medalist in the octathlon last year when it was an open event, securing a bronze medal in the decathlon this time around. Jarrell Clement, the Grenadian, taking silver. What a competition it was, and had a fabulous finish as well. Vincent holding on by just 12 points. Taking quite a while to get the ceremony off. Athletes have been standing there for a while. We'll be back with more from the 52nd Carifta Games from Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. Interviews, closing ceremony, presentations still to come. And remember, you want to know who the Austin Steely Award winner is, that will be announced. Plus, the next host of the Carifta Games for 2026. Stay with us, more to come.
Well, what an epic conclusion this has been here in Port of Spain at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. The 52nd Carifta Games. It's been explosive. It's been dramatic. And there are not enough words we can use to describe what we have seen over the last 3 days. Well, we're going to try. Video Ramphal is with me. I tell you what. We thought that it couldn't have got better from yesterday. It did. There were so many outstanding performances. It's difficult to pick who could be the Austin Steely Award winner. So many things to talk about on this final day.
Yeah, there certainly are so many things to talk about in the last day. As you correctly said, we really felt yesterday would have topped everything, but certainly today has exceeded all expectations. In general, these games have really exceeded all expectations here. It's certainly one of the best games. It's been incident-packed. There have been great performances. There have been so many personalities that have come up and come to the fore in these games, plus the level of engagement between the fans and the athletes have been wonderful.
You know, sometimes we can be accused of having recency bias, but these Carifta Games, definitely one to remember for a long time. Now you have some highlights to go through in terms of what took place today, the standouts for you?
Yeah, of course. The girls under 20 discus was certainly one of those that produced some great performances here. The girls, the discus event, Mary Kay Lampard, who would have won gold. She finished in third place, 50.35.
Yeah, she would have won gold in the shot put. And came back here to get a medal. But this was the girl who stood out from the Bahamas.
Yeah, she certainly did. Shamoya Morris finishing in second, and Anne McKay of Bahamas, 53.87. And she also created a new personal best in the shot put and doing Similar stuff here in the discus to win the gold medal. That was certainly a great toss there.
Such a wonderful personality too. She's studying communications, right? Ricardo kept saying that she's going to take my job, but let's see if that's going to happen. But speaking of personality, we saw so many personalities today and over the course of the 3 days, which really highlights that our athletes are growing in terms of stature, in terms of confidence, in terms of building their brand, which is always so very good to see.
Yeah, really. I think we should savor our moments here because we don't know what's going to happen later on. The boys under 17 discus, of course, produced some wonderful efforts. And that young man, Kennedy, his name will certainly ring out over the ages. He came here with a big reputation. But we look at Caden Kemp of the Bahamas finishing in third place, 47.71. And then the compatriot Brandon Lawrence of Jamaica, 49.03. But the big throw and creating a new Carifta record, Kennedy, 60.87, the first boy at this age group to clear 60 meters. An incredible effort. And look at him. This is what we've seen from him all the way through. He's just thrown the greatest throw ever in the history of the competition. And he walks away as he's just, coming out of his room.
Yeah, he's so casual, so laid back. But I guess in time he's going to look back at these days and probably say that these were the days of his life. And just wonderful to see him being able to express himself on the field like that.
Yeah, he certainly is a wonderful character. Nice child smile when he came up to speak to you, and records, of course, in those two events. Now, the 110-meter hurdles produced a record-equaling performance in the semifinals, but in the finals, two athletes went beyond that record. And, of course, here's the man who went on to win it, Shaquane Gordon. He, in a big battle with his good friend Daniel Clark, both of them went under the old record, but Shaquane Gordon was the one who came out with the record, 13.16. Daniel Clark, who had equaled the record in the semifinal stage, he got 13.21 to also go under, and Taj Brown of the Bahamas, 13.52.
That was just another scintillating race, I felt, and Shaquane Gordon and Daniel Clark really went out of the blocks, and nobody could hold them as they went over the hurdles as well. So another 1-2 for Jamaica. Really outstanding work from the team representing the black, green and gold.
Yeah, certainly. And of course the 200 meters would have provided a lot of entertainment also. Yeah. And let's go and have a look at what happened here. The 200 meters under 17 for boys. This one, Egon Neely was looking for another gold medal here.
Yeah, and he started off on I wouldn't want to say on the back foot, but he was very much reserved in the first 100 meters, and then he thought, you know what, I am better than this field, and really, really showed his class in the end.
Yeah, he really had to battle for it in the end. Tiandre Frett, who got another silver medal, British Virgin Islands, he eventually would have held on to get the silver, but a really good performance from Neely to pick up the gold medal there in third place. Belgrave of Barbados did well to come in for third.
Let's talk a little bit about Egon Neely, because he has been such a standout here, and he's one of those with the big personalities as well, has a lot of confidence, especially with his deliveries. And I tell you what, definitely a name to listen out for, because we heard it before the start of competition. He had a lot of expectations, probably a lot of weight on his shoulders, but he carried it so well throughout the course of the 3 days.
Long limbs, broad shoulders, they held all. That reputation was well deserved, and a lot was heaped on his shoulders, and certainly he was able to hold it up. He did so well in this competition, winning those 4 gold medals.
Yeah, it's astonishing what he was able to do with 4 gold medals. Not every day we see something like that.
Yeah, not only, and just the way he did it, the finishing speed in those in those races certainly did well. Now, also we have Michelle Smith. Michelle Smith signing off from the Carifta Games with another excellent performance. And Michelle Smith signing off with a gold medal in the girls under 20 800 meters, the U.S. Virgin Islands athlete. She led a significant portion of the race. Well, for second and third, it was the two Jamaicans, the two sisters, the War of the Roses, I like to call it. And it was Cindy Rose that was leading her sister Jovi at this point. But at the front, Michelle Smith, she had a significant lead. And look at her strength here in the final 100 meters. Despite the challenge from Cindy Rose coming here, she starts to get close, and then all of a sudden, that lead just starts to exponentially increase, and Michelle Smith signs off with another chapter in her storied history in these games.
She doesn't lose. She doesn't lose over 800 meters. She doesn't lose over 400-meter hurdles. She has won all the races here at the Carifta Games, and yeah, she signed out pretty strongly and definitely leaves here as a Carifta Games legend, I think.
Yeah, she certainly is.
All right, so Shanoy Douglas also won 4 gold medals. Another astonishing series of performances from the Jamaican as well. And what can you say about her and the effort that she gave on the track?
Boy, she just has an assured personality. It came through on those interviews, and on the track, she is absolutely and supremely in control of her abilities, winning the 100, the 200, and contributing to victories in the relay. She certainly is in the conversation for that Austin Seeley Award.
Yeah, there are so many examples that we can look at and say that these were the standout performances. And the good thing about it is that even those in the field, they weren't outshined at all. They actually held their own and created narratives that we all could have enjoyed.
Yeah, I mean, Kennedy, we talked about him already. He certainly had, of all the field athletes, I think he was the one that really stood out with his unique personality, his laid-back style, the record-breaking performances, and really getting out there and winning those 2 medals in a handy fashion. Not to also forget Marla K. Lampard, who smashed that record in the shot put.
Yeah.
1.69 meters. Who does that? That was a massive improvement.
Going over the 17-meter mark, yeah,
yes,
in getting gold in the shot put. So, again, the girls' triple jump under 17 as well was another standout today, Vidya.
Well, in the girls' triple jump under 17, Martinique picking up a medal here. 11.81 was the distance jumped. Johnson of Bahamas, 11.99. This was gotten on her second attempt, and she was able to hold on for second. Well, Charles of Grenada turned out to be the winner, 12.05, and this was the second attempt that produced it. I think she knew immediately that that was a significant one, and it held out to the end for the rest of the rounds.
Yep, just outstanding jumping that we've seen from our athletes, and they really gave it their all, and they would have been pushed all the way by the crowd. Of course, they were supporting their own Trinidad and Tobago athletes, but I think overall they just enjoyed seeing really good performances.
We're a welcoming people. I hope you've enjoyed your stay here.
I love
really have. And just as Jamaicans are when we come there, it's the same here. We are all brothers in the Caribbean, brothers and sisters in the Caribbean.
Yeah, and speak to me about being hosts this time around, because again, I thought the energy was there. It was absolutely captivating, deafening at times, but captivating nevertheless.
It certainly was, and don't forget that it has been 20 years since the Carifta Games has been held here in Trinidad and Tobago, and also 22 years at this venue, so that everybody was waiting for it.
So we speak about some Jamaican athletes doing so well, and in the shot put, I think we mentioned it. I think we have the footage here as one of the standout performances. Here we go.
Yeah, that was the throw that really won it. Yeah, and that's Kennedy, of course, would have gotten the win in that particular event. That was the throw that did it. It was a brilliant effort by the very laid-back, very confident young man out of Jamaica, Kennedy, a name that we know so well from American politics, but here's another Kennedy coming to the fore here, and he has really written his name large.
All right, so we have the medal table to show you at the moment, and no surprises as to who would have won most medals, but it was really competitive this year, I felt. Jamaica, runaway winners, 78 the total. We're looking at, 30 gold, 27 silver, and 21 bronze medals. Usually more gold medals for Jamaica, I can tell you that, but still they ran away in terms of the total medal count. Bahamas in second spot, 16 gold, 13 silver, and 8 bronze medals. Trinidad and Tobago in third with 9 gold, 6 silver, and 10 bronze. And you can see that's the usual top three. Grenada in fourth spot, having picked up a couple of gold medals, 2 out of 13 medals in total that they would have mined. Antigua and Barbuda, St. Lucia, the Cayman Islands, U.S. Virgin Islands, Barbados, and Aruba. What a story for them, getting gold today as well as silver, and performing really well as we see the rest of the medal table involving Guyana, Dominica, the British Virgin Islands, of course, Bermuda, Guadeloupe, Martinique, Haiti, St. Kitts and Nevis, Curacao, and French Guyana, who would have picked up 1 bronze medal. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure bringing to you these Carifta Games, and best Carifta Games ever?
Well, that'll be a difficult one to say, but it certainly is up there. It is up there with the best.
Yeah, we have seen excitement. We've seen some wonderful stories being told. We've seen redemption arcs. We've seen defeat. We've seen triumph. And we've seen and felt the energy of everyone involved here, especially those behind the scenes here at SportsMax Productions, brought to you on SportsMax YouTube, on Rush Sports, on Scene TV, on the app. Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure bringing to you every minute of these 52nd Carifta Games from Port of Spain at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. We speak about the energy. When you talk about Trinidad and Tobago, you speak about energy, you speak about soca, you speak about the music, you speak about the reveling. Well, we reveled in the action and in all the excitement here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. On behalf of Ricardo Chambers, who was our ace commentator in the box, and Vidya Ramphal, who joined him all the way through, I'm Donald Oliver signing out for the final time. It's been a journey from Port of Spain at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. We're going to see you next year. Stay tuned to us.